Ladies and gentlemen, welcome into the stream today. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I'm having a great day. We got our coffee. We've got our Ace Attorney. We're ready to go. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Last 2 days ago when we played this game, we went to Madame Tuspel's wax museum, where she does horror serial killer wax sculptures. And we were here to go get Herlock Sholmes so that he can tell us the secret of the Reaper. But apparently there's a mystery we have to solve here first, and we were right in the middle of one of Herlock Sholmes' great deductions. So we're about to start it right here, right now. If y'all are ready for that, I'm ready for that. Let's get going. Let's do this. The music, here we go. And when I said we were doing a deduction, we just started it. Here we go. To begin with, we must ask ourselves, what exactly is afoot here in this museum? The answer is revealed by the bundle of banknotes protruding so helpfully from your bag. In my estimation, some 200 pounds. That is all my own money. So what does this large sum of money reveal? Ah, not as much as the involuntary glance you cast, it would seem, Madame Tuspel's. Yes, the answer lies where your eyes now fall. The significance of the 200 pounds is revealed by that public notice. That's not right. Waxwork for sale? Your business has hit hard times, it would seem. In short, you sold the infamous killer, the centerpiece of your special exhibit, for the sum of 200 pounds. None. She's France. Now let us explore the next curiosity with which we are presented. Who is the portly gentleman stretched out so peacefully on the floor? It would appear the man has suffered a severe shock, the cause of which is clearly known to you. Ah. Unfortunately, madame, keeping secrets does not appear to be your forte. What doubt the man? A shocking blow was, of course, the 200 pounds. That's not right either. Come on, Sholmes. It would appear that you twisted this gentleman around your little finger most effectively. What are you suggesting? He rashly agreed to purchase the waxwork for the sum of 200 pounds. Only when he came to hand the money over did it occur to him what an extraordinary amount he was paying. But the money was no longer in his hands. And the result? The scene we see before us. He collapsed in shock. Yes, the killer in this special exhibit fetched a killer price. We can only pray that the gentleman's dreams are not plagued with regret. We streamed this on Friday. We streamed this on Friday, hella man. There was a lot that happened. There was a lot. All right, we're in a new chapter now, all right? I'm sorry. The question that arises then is what has become of the waxwork that changed hands? Let us consider that problem for a moment. You cannot possibly. What immediately strikes me about this conundrum is the young man standing over there. That's a waxwork, Sholmes. Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we need only observe his neckerchief. That's not true. Such as it worn by policemen as a secret sign to fellow members of the force that the crime is being perpetrated. Yes, this young man is an undercover policeman currently investigating this museum. I know him well, in fact. It's Sergeant John Clay. That's a total lie. What are you talking about? The man's quite a celebrity. He received triple accolades at yesterday's policing awards. He's bullshitting so hard. Next, we turn our attention to the old man sat before him with a particularly unsightly visage. I've been watching closely and he hasn't moved a muscle, almost in fact as if he were a waxwork. Ah, but your reaction only confirms my suspicions, madame. I noticed it at once, of course. Observe! The telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is a waxwork is the obvious price tag. Threepence? A tragically low price, you might say. Though perhaps the going rate for aging waxworks riddled with cracks. And yet you sold it to the portly gentleman for an exorbitant 200 pounds. The sort of plucky behavior that's sure to attract the attention of Scotland Yard. Isn't that so, madame? I do not... Yes, the waxwork you sold has already been seized by the police and remains in their custody as we speak. The old man must be reunited with his grave in the special exhibit and not a moment too soon. Oh my god. Alright, hold on, Sholmes. Let me take you back for a second. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this horrifying puzzle. I knew it was a play on the Wax Figure Museum. Alright, Sholmes. Dot to dot to dot to dot. Dot to dot to dot to dot. Double dot. Dot to dot to dot. Triple dot to dot. I see I've stunned you all into silence. You have, Hurley. You have. And you've obviously upset this young lady in the process. Her cauldron looks awfully hot. If I could bring up just one point, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, the notorious Nutter-Hooter 1 point. I'm all ears, my dear fellow. According to your deduction, then, the special exhibit featured this old policeman. So, that would mean he's the particularly ruthless murderer, wouldn't it? The killer policeman, Otter Mole. Sorry. It was a mysterious series of murders that rattled the capital only last year. The police rushed to the scene every time, only to find the culprit had disappeared into the aether. And it turned out the culprit was a policeman himself, a senior officer by the name of Otter Mole. So you mean that's who the sinister-looking old man there is supposed to be? Indeed, it is a particularly grim face, is it not? Unforgettable, in fact, yes, I remember that odious countenance only too well. But is 200 pounds a lot of money for a wax model? It would be enough to afford one of the latest steam carriages if that put things into perspective. So it is quite a lot then. Is there anything else you wish to add before I melt you down? Oh, that bubbling wax is looking more and more ominous. The smell of all that molten wax is starting to worry me. Mr. Sholmes did more or less accuse her to her face, so I think I might have to call in your assistance here, Iris, if that's all right, to make some minor corrections to the great detective's great deductions. Of course it's all right. We'll set things straight. Well, let's get started then, shall we? Before Madame Tuspels vents her anger. I love Sholmes so much, me too. Just what I was waiting to hear, my dear fellow. So, Madame Tuspels, in accordance with our agreement, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famously great detective and temporary exhibit at work. All right, let's do this again. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. That was topic 1. Let's go. Because I don't even, dude, I don't know what's happening here, to be honest. To begin with, you must ask ourselves what exactly is afoot here in this museum. The answer is revealed by the bundle of banknotes protruding so helpfully from your bag. In my estimation, some 200 pounds. That is all my own money. So what does this large sum of money reveal? Ah, not as much as the involuntary glance you cast, it would seem, Madame Tuspels. Yes, the answer lies where your eyes now fall. The significance of the 200 pounds is revealed by that public notice. Right here. She definitely looked in this direction, it's true. But I'm not sure she'd sell any of her waxworks, even for 200 pounds. Chat, why does it look like Iris's hat is like my hat? It looks like it's my hat. Oh? She must pour her heart and soul into making them, don't you think? Over and above the wax. If it were me, I wouldn't sell them for anything. For that much money, I would. But it sounds like that makes me a bad person. Well, anyway, I wonder if the 200 pounds could have some other significance. Let's follow that furtive glance again and see if there's anything else that could explain it. Aha! Note on the wall. What's that note doing pinned on the wall there? Oh yes, let's see. Dear Madame Tuspels, we've taken the prisoner from this room. The price for his safe return is 200 pounds. Have the money ready by noon on 23rd October. What? This is just like the sort of thing that's left behind when someone is kidnapped. Ooh, crisis of redeem check DMs. Let me check them. Chat, I'm Iris. I love it. Yes, it's a ransom note. Exactly. I'm glad I shaved because Iris with the mustache would have looked weird. Take that. Present. Boom. The significance of the 200 pounds is revealed by that ransom note. Quite so, and we must congratulate these criminals on their inventiveness abducting a waxwork. 200 pounds is no small ransom fee, yet you clearly intend to pay it. The model in question has special importance, so I push together all the money I have. In summary then, the 200 pounds you have in your handbag is ransom money. And now, let us explore the next curiosity with which we are presented. Who is the portly gentleman stretched out so peacefully on the floor? It would appear the man has suffered a severe shock, the cause of which is clearly known to you. Unfortunately, madame, keeping secrets does not appear to be your forte. What dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the 200 pounds. So if the waxwork was kidnapped, where does that leave us in terms of who this man is? We could just ask him when he comes around. I think the point of this exercise is to understand the beauty of the deduction process, Iris. Yes, you're right. Hurley's trying so hard, we mustn't let him down. Well, there's a little doubt that he suffered a shock, that much seems clear. But in that case, what's Madame Tussbells trying to hide? Let's have a closer look around. What the hell is this? This is just Madame Tussbells' right hand, isn't it? Yes, it must be. I can clearly see her left hand after all. Oh, but wait a minute. This is a left hand as well, look. Don't say such creepy things, Iris, please. And it seems very stiff, too. In fact, it's really hard. You mean it's made of wax? Well, it has to be that. Has to be the waxwork hand. I'd be shocked too. What dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the waxwork hand. Indeed, what a solid waxwork limb, one could deliver a very substantial blow. How could you? The hand protruding from the bottom of your cape. It ought to be a right hand, but a closer inspection reveals that in fact it's a left hand. And somewhat masculine as well. In other words, it does not belong to you, madame. It is the hand of a waxwork model. Kia. Sup, shawty? Some of the visitors to my museum can be troublesome. They meddle with the exhibits and cause damage. So you mean that arm? Yes, this gentleman saw fit to try to remove it as a souvenir. No small keepsake. Like taking a whole branch of a cherry tree when you go to view the blossoms. I'm afraid I has to teach the man a lesson. Chat, I like her. You confronted the man and tried to take the arm back. And the result? The scene we see before us, he was knocked unconscious. A point we may need to revisit later, but for the time being, we have our conclusion. Yes, the killer in this special exhibit has been kidnapped. Not sold for cash. He was kidnapped. All right, here we go. The question that arises then is what has become of the waxwork that changed hands? Let us consider that problem for a moment. You cannot possibly. What immediately strikes me about this conundrum is the young man standing over there. Oh, is he missing a hand? Okay, who is this fellow? To find the answer, we need only observe his neckerchief. According to Mr. Sholmes, the yellow neckerchief is a sign to other policemen that some crime is underway. A way of communicating with his colleagues without revealing his identity, yes. It's a secret that's closely guarded by Scotland Yard. That Mr. Sholmes didn't hesitate to give away. Well, uncovering secrets is any true detective's nature, of course. Right. Anyway, judging from Madame Tussbells' reaction to Mr. Sholmes' deduction, I think perhaps we might not have identified the man quite correctly. Yeah. Shoulder stub. What the? The man has a stub sticking out of his shoulder where his arm should be. Well, that settles that then. Right, this isn't a real person at all. His entire arm's been ripped off from the shoulder down. His arm's been Of course, that ties in with what we just found out.
Take that!
Here we go. Statues available, please inquire. Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we need only observe the shoulder stump. No such boneless human walks this earth, of that I can assure you. In other words, the man standing here, the young Sergeant John Clay, is in fact, defying all odds, a wax merc model. I seem to remember it was you who concluded he was a real person in the first place, Mr. Sholmes. He has become quite a celebrity in London, being the winner of no less than 3 policing awards last year. I simply had to make a model of the man. Naturally, what other explanation could there be? And it was this detective's arm that was pulled off by the man on the floor in the special exhibit, wasn't it? Next, we turn our attention to the old man sat before him with a particularly unsightly visage. I've been watching closely and he hasn't moved a muscle, almost in fact, as if he were a waxwork. But you... Your reaction only confirms my suspicions, madame. I noticed it at once, of course. Observe! The telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this man is a waxwork is the obvious price tag. A killer policeman called Ottermole, was it? Was he well known? It was all over the papers last year, but I can't say I know what he looks like. It's a very low price, though. Threepence isn't much money. Only enough for a few measly hours of gas in Mr. Garrideb's delightful lodgings, in fact. Okay. So this is the special killer taken from the special exhibit, is it? The waxwork that somebody stole from the museum and tried to ransom for 200 pounds. Is this crusty old killer policeman Ottermole? Really? Perhaps we should have a good look around again and see if another idea crops up. Huh? Chat. Twitch channel. Look at this! Someone's tapping his foot like crazy. He seems to be fast asleep though. He's not tapping his foot consciously then. So you mean, it must be a twitch? Never mind that, the point is waxworks don't tap their feet! Or twitch! And look at his arm too. We've seen a scarf like that somewhere else around here, haven't we? What do you mean? What do you mean?
Take that!
Boom! The telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is a waxwork is the obvious twitch. I recognize the scarf, but he looks far too old to be Raleigh, doesn't it? Maybe he's his dad! Even the most realistic waxworks do not exhibit a twitch. They only stream on them. In other words, the splendid old man is in fact a genuine member of Scotland Yard. Slight shift in your choice of adjectives then. And there you have it. Well, Madame Tuspels? Well, what? It was me who contacted the police and demanded that someone come in the first place. He is clearly fatigued. He is sound asleep. But then, what's this tag about showing a price of 3 pence? No doubt the price tag of the muffler, which the old Bobby purchased recently at a local market. Thank you, the RaceMan07, for the follow. Very appreciated. And I presume you've observed the scarf tied around his arm? Does that not strike you, Mr. Nada Odo? Yes, the secret sign used by the detectives to show that some criminal activity is currently underway. Of course, this is because, as you know, there has been such criminal activity happening here. As you deduced from the very beginning, detective. So, it would seem that we finally arrive at the truth. Boom. The waxworker, the especially ruthless killer from the special exhibit, has been kidnapped. And Scotland Yard are already investigating. But the model's whereabouts remain a mystery. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this horrifying puzzle. Boom. Still a mystery, baby. Boom, shakalaka. Deduction complete. Elementary. Buying him. Hey, you know, it'd be like that sometimes. Alright. All sorts of people visit my museum here. Men and women, young and old. Sometimes they drop in just for a short time on their way back from the pub. I welcome them all. But if anyone tries to damage my exhibit, I do not take it lightly. Anyway. Well, okay, shawty. Damn. Your Grace's action was even more enchanting than I had been led to believe. It was a pleasure, my dear madame. I'm gratified that you enjoyed the spectacle. Damn, no one claimed first. Come on, Crisis and Helaman. And as for your rough customer, I've no doubt he regained consciousness shortly and returned home. What concerns me more is the waxwork. No, don't apologize. I'm just joking around. Is the waxwork from the special display, if it was genuinely abducted. Yes, tragically, it was. Then I would ask you to recount us the events surrounding the stolen waxwork, in as much detail as possible, if you please. Very well. But after I have told you what I know, I must insist you return to your work. Oh, right. Yes. The talents of a great detective could be put to better use, I feel, but as you wish. Converse with Shoddy. I love her theme song, it's great. Tell us more about the stolen waxwork, please. It was some days ago now when I came in here one morning. I immediately noticed that the waxwork was missing from the special exhibit here. It is your most prominent display, so that's why the curtains were closed. And I found the ransom note in its place. The culprit must have broken in during the night and taken it then. So this waxwork that was stolen, it was a model of some horrible criminal, I suppose. Ooh. Of a particularly horrible criminal, in fact. The killer who left a more profound scar on society than any other, I would say. The Professor. Not a name I've heard of. Wait, as in... So, Mr. Nada-Odo, it seems the circle is complete. As in the one I'm defending in court? Sorry? The Professor case happened at around the time I was born, didn't it? Okay, no, not the same, not the same, not the same. Indeed it did, Iris. 10 years ago, a series of murders that rocked the capital. 10 years ago? Yes, at exactly the time that Barak von Zieks graduated from university, in fact. What? Surely he's not saying... So the big event that changed Mr. Reaper's life. Oh, shit. As you've surmised, it was the Professor case. Who was this Professor, then? It was a series of gruesome murders that had all of London gripped in terror a decade ago. After 5 victims were killed, the man was arrested and put to death. And now he's immortalized here in wax for all Londoners to admire and enjoy. Though, of course, he happens to be absent at present on account of the abduction. But I don't understand. How is all this related to Lord Van Zieks? ... You must first understand, my dear fellow, why is it that the Professor earned such infamy? It was due to the victims he chose, some of Whitehall's finest. It can't be Jack the Ripper because there was already an exhibit in here named Jane the Ripper, so they already did that joke. What do you mean, Hurley? Those murdered by the Professor were some of the highest members of the British aristocracy. Members of the nobility, even royalty. It sent shockwaves through the country's administration. Members of the... wait, of course. What Professor Harebrain said. Lord Van Zieks is from a family with noble blood. Oh gosh. It was the 5th victim that led to the Professor's arrest. The last of the killer's prey was a young noble by the name of... Clent Van Zieks. No, I don't believe it. Van Zieks. Ooh, hot. I'm sure you can piece together the rest for yourself. In the wake of his older brother's murder, the young Barak pursued a career as a prosecutor, and eventually became the Reaper we know today. I had no idea Lord Van Zeeks had such a tragic past. Well, I'm afraid that's all I can say on the matter. For the time being, at least. After all, I have work to do. As a waxwork exhibit. My god. I am afraid I shall have to excuse myself as well. Oh yes, of course. It's been a pleasure. Thank you. Barrock's theme is literally just mwah. Well, none of the predicted scenarios I've been analyzing involved you coming to visit me here. Wait, what? Who is this? Whoa! It's been too long. It really has. I'm delighted to see you, Barrock. It's been 10 years, and here we are, meeting in a prison of all places. I can't forgive myself for what happened to Mr. Asman. I just can't. I still can't believe it could happen. He is ripped. Tomorrow the court will decide. Yes. I have a young Eastern man acting for my defense. He seems reliable enough, though. It was an accident, a terrible accident. He assures me he can prove it. I must warn you. Oh, I know. I've heard already. You're going to be prosecuting, aren't you? Yes. ... Since I returned to England, I've heard lots of stories. Barrock, are you really... What? Never mind. I know that you have my best interests at heart. My friend is on trial. I wouldn't entrust it to anybody else. Of course, I fully understand. Thank you, Barrock. Until tomorrow, then. I'll see you in court. To be continued right now! Bum 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 bum. Dude! The man looks so dead. He's not dead yet! Calm down! I'm gonna save him from the curse. The curse! So, Barrock does genuinely seem to want to help Harebrained, but he's not gonna throw the trial, right? Right? I can't believe it's been 6 months since I was last allowed to work in a court. And now here I am, back at the Old Bailey. Miss Naruhodo. Good morning, Professor Harebrained. I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense. The atmospheric pressure in here is off the charts. I've never felt anything like it. It's crushing me. I feel it every time I'm here. That's gravity. Well, this is Britain's highest court. But are you telling me it's fitted with some kind of device that can actually control air pressure? I think it's probably all in the mind. Yes. Well, you won't let me down, will you, Miss Naruhodo? I'm counting on you in today's trial to save my life. To save the secret of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine from being made public. Yes, I understand. I know what I have to do. I have to establish that the explosion 2 days ago was nothing more than an unfortunate accident. Well, I'm sure there's nothing to worry about, really. Justice will prevail. Okay, so Holmes. Mr. Sholmes, I didn't expect to see you here. That was very mean, Runo, leaving me alone at home with Hurley. It took me at least an hour to wake him. Are you... Herlock Sholmes! Indeed, sir, I am he. Herlock Sholmes. Oh, I've heard all about your exploits, even whilst living in Germany. Yes, Ranst magazine is on sale in Germany too. Well, this month's installment was sublime. Your deduction in The Adventure of Silver Blaze was wonderful. Ah, yes, a memorable case indeed. It concerned a snake, I seem to recall. No, it didn't. He's so stupid, I love him so much. No, that was the speckled band. Well, thank you for coming. I do appreciate your support. I'm sorry to disappoint you. The speckled band? Don't bring up Kazuma like that, alright? I'm gonna get my feels again. But I'm afraid I can't stay. Oh. I have urgent business at Madame Tuspel's. You mean your waxwork job? No, the waxwork abduction, of course. Madame has engaged my services. Ah, so you're trying to get to the bottom of that ransom note, are you? The week's wages depend on it, as does the safe return of the waxwork, naturally. As such, I intend to give it my undivided attention. Oh, well, never mind then. I understand. Of course, with my skills of observation and reasoning, resolving the matter will be as easy as proverbial pie. I shall return forthwith. For until I solve the case, I shall have no money to afford a pie of any description. Oh, then you must absolutely give it your full attention, Hurley. Quite, Iris, quite. But life is riddled with irony, you know. Whenever I give something my full attention, I have a quite insatiable desire for a pie. One of the universe's intractable mysteries, you might say. Oh, yes, quite, definitely, absolutely, I totally understand. Is someone a little starstruck? Well, I wish you the very best of luck, Professor Harebrine. Oh, I thank you. Before I depart, Mr. Nadahodo, a word in your ear, if you please. What's this about? As you have remarked, remarkably little grounding in science, I believe I ought to inform you. As compelling as this super high voltage instantaneous kinesis hypothesis may be, a practical implementation, such as was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition, is quite impossible. But the professor said the demonstration was a success. Yes, it would appear that he fervently believes it was. I've read Professor Bunnybrain's papers about it, Runa, and I have to say, I'm sure it can't be done. It could barely be done theoretically, let alone practically. So he's completely barking up the wrong tree? But how could an experiment that had no possibility of succeeding, in fact, succeed? That's contradictory. And it's that contradiction that will be at the heart of the trial, I have no doubt. What's that supposed to mean? Now, I must hurry along. I wish you the best of luck, my dear fellow. See you later, Hurley. Okay, Iris is gonna be my my aide for the trial. That's cool. Because Susato isn't here, so, you know. Well, looks like you're on your own today, Runa. But you know, you can do it. Oh, what about you, Iris? Oh no, I'm afraid I can't help. Damn it! I have something I need to do. I see. It's gonna be a big surprise for you when you find out what it is. That sounds ominous.
Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court is about to be in session. Make your way into the courtroom at once.
We're on our way. Here we go. No help? Oh shit, dude. An experiment that the laws of science say can't possibly succeed. And a scientist who's convinced that it did. That's the riddle you have to unlock here, Ryunosuke. That's the key to this case. Maybe Van Zieks can be at my side instead. And his apprentice can prosecute instead. I can be like, hey Van Zieks, what's up? The Old Bailey, let's go. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are still sitting today for the public trial, Professor Albert Harebrine. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready, my lord. I'm 6 months out of practice. And what's more... Nah! No! Why did you do that to me? Why did you do that to me, game? My heart got so hopeful, and then it just plummeted. No! I'm without Susan. That was also so funny. Why was it so funny? It was just like, Ryunosuke, I don't feel so good. I'm without Susato-san today. Is it just my imagination, or does the air in here feel even more oppressive than usual? So, I must say, we don't have our judicial assistant. We don't have our sidekick. We have no sidekick. I must say I recollect the victim of this case all too well, Mr. Odie Assman. Mr. Assman was well... It's Asman, I know, but I love saying Assman. Was well known as a financier, though that was merely a front for his diverse criminal activities. It was only a month ago that the man appeared in court prosecuted by you, Lord Van Zeeks. But the jury unanimously found him not guilty. Because every member of the jury had been bribed by the sound of it. Those powerful London criminals are prepared to go to extreme lengths to keep their freedom. But 2 days ago, on 21st October, Mr. Assman met his end. The work of the Reaper, was it? If that is how your lordship would describe divine retribution. But the fact remains that Mr. Assman's death was the direct result of the actions of the accused, Professor Harebrain. Very well then. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people. Are the 6 of you ready to fulfill your societal duty?
I'm most gratified to have been selected to carry out this important civic duty, my lord.
Why is it all rich people? To have a man's fate in the palm of one's hand. Oh gosh, oh golly, it sends shivers down my spine. Bleh! Scientific experiments, magic, conjuring tricks, courtroom trials, all are nothing more than performances. Dude, it's all rich old white guys. What the hell?
Any spryest scholar that defiles the reputation of science.
Should I voice this guy like Winston Churchill? Hold on.
Any spryest scholar that defies the reputation of science deserves to hang.
We have to listen to what's said on both sides. The fence and the sell-on one, that's it.
Motherfucker, you can't be for real. Oh!
Wasn't like in my day. Wasn't like this in my day. Wasn't like it at all.
Dot 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 dot. That's the police killer Ottermole look-alike. Again. And he's exhausted as ever, it seems. Interesting. Now, as I'm sure you're all aware, the incident we're here to judge today tragically took place at the Great... Why is there one member of the jury who's just a country bumpkin, and everyone else is like old white dudes, and like one girl? Tragedy took place at the Great Exhibition shortly after its opening. Though the death toll could have been far worse, with the exception of the victim, no one was killed. Nevertheless, the dream of science being exhibited rapidly turned into a nightmare for the spectators. I have to give Van Zeeks a bit more of that groveliness, because his apprentice doesn't have that. A tragic turn of events. As such, the eyes of London, no, the whole world will be on this trial. It is our duty to reach a swift and just conclusion, I feel. So, your opening statement, please, Lord Van Zeeks. At the heart of this incident is technology never before demonstrated anywhere in the world. One of a science's latest developments, I take it. The government is keen to capitalize on Great Exhibition to improve Britain's technological advantage. The technology being demonstrated by the accused was described as super high voltage instantaneous kinesis. Good lord! It's designed to disassemble human subjects using extremely high voltage electricity and beam them instantly to another location where they are subsequently reassembled. Is such a thing even within the realms of possibility?
Well, I don't believe it, that's for sure.
Disassembling people with electricity? My goodness, how shocking!
The whole idea is absurd. The High Brothers will never stand up to scrutiny.
Sir, I believe you are a fellow of the Royal Society, are you not? An expert in your field?
I am. I'm Winston Churchill. My word on the matter can be considered final. Instantaneous kinesis is poppycock.
So this expert and Mr. Sholmes are in agreement. It's impossible. What is the prosecution's view on the matter? He was trying to build a teleporter. The prosecution would assert that the accused's instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a success. What? What rot? Order, order!
The professor's hypothesis is currently under investigation by the British government. If it is deemed to have merit, a substantial research grant would be made available. The accused made use of his invention built on this new hypothesis to take Mr. Aspen's life, in order to be the sole benefactor of the grant.
Yo, what's up? How's it going, Ichigo? How's it going? But...
This disastrous demonstration was no accident. It was carefully designed from the outset to end the life of the victim.
Good to hear. Thank you, Lord Van Zeeks. The prosecution's stance is clear. But you will now bring forth witnesses to substantiate your claims.
Gladly, my lord. Wah! Bailiff, show the first witnesses to the stand.
He's 8 days till my birthday. 2 days until my birthday. Woo!
Witnesses, state your name and occupations for the court. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard's Homicide Division. I was on duty at the demonstration on the days in question and in charge of the following investigation.
Albert here, Brain. Scientist.
You were born in England, but have been carrying out research in Germany in recent years, correct?
Yes, that's right. After graduating from university here in Britain, I went to work in Germany and made an amazing discovery, which is what brought me back. I had to demonstrate my incredible hypothesis at the Great Exhibition.
What you demonstrated was incredibly right. An incredible explosion.
But the science was a success. The instantaneous kinesis worked. Everyone saw it. They must have done. Yes, there was the terrible accident, but the demonstration of my hypothesis was a success.
Well, that much is undeniable, as shown in this photograph taken by the forensic investigation team.
Talia, or Afton, my bad. Ooh, Ace, I'm here now. Let me hydrate. All right, here we go. And this was taken inside the Crystal Tower, I take it. The centerpiece of the exhibition, no less.
That's right, my lord. Seems the victim rammed straight into it.
I see. Very well, submit the photograph as evidence. All right, photograph of the victim.
As the court heard, the victim of the incident was Mr. Odie Aspen. There have been a number of allegations made against the man, but putting them aside for the time being, it was the man who financed the research for the experiment and the demonstration itself.
I see. It's a pretty good game, not gonna lie. Thank you. So to summarize the situation, the defendant is accused of taking the life of the man who funded his work. Would that be correct?
Exactly.
But couldn't it be that the explosion was caused by some malfunction in the apparatus used for the demonstration?
That's right. That must be it. My splendid machine. My poor splendid machine.
You saw yesterday, didn't you? We can't even examine the wreckage thanks to the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act.
What? The wreckage? The wreckage?
But that being the case, how can the facts be established? How can it possibly be determined whether this was an accident or a deliberate and malicious act?
Extremely simple, my lord.
I beg your pardon.
Isn't that right, witness?
What? Sorry? Me?
No, your neighbor. Yes, sir. It was murder, plain and simple. Anyone could state that with complete certainty.
What? How can he possibly think that?
The screwdriver, I think.
Thank you, Inspector. I think we had better proceed to formal testimony. You will explain to the court on what grounds you claim this experiment to be an affront for murder. All right, here we go. Witness testimony. Affront for murder.
The corpse that went crashing through the Crystal Tower had a broken neck.
I made a minor miscalculation in the angle of the beam projection, that's all. That was my mistake.
But the post-mortem examination revealed another injury, a fatal wound. There was a lesion in his chest where he'd clearly been stabbed by something sharp right in the heart. So the victim was killed before he went anywhere, and this fella's the only one who could have done it.
That's short as hell testimony.
An extraordinary business. In addition to suffering a broken neck, the victim was stabbed in the heart. Information I would really like to have heard from someone other than the judge.
The coroner says death would have been all but instant from a wound like that.
You could say, in fact, that the victim was killed twice by the accused.
No, that couldn't be further from the truth.
I have here the experiment plan document that was submitted to the security team. The victim stood himself inside something called the bird cage, ready to be beamed instantly. To the second level of the Crystal Tower, about 25 yards away.
The experiments did not go according to plan, however. As the machine was put into operation, there was a large explosion. The blast caused the beam transmitter to point higher than intended. Accordingly, the kinesis resulted in the birdcage materializing in mid-air, from where it subsequently fell, crashing through the glass of the Crystal Tower's large round window.
My word. One assumes the victim's neck was broken upon impact with the tower, then. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for this to happen. The machine was just too powerful. But honestly, really, I swear, it was just an accident, a terrible accident.
Unfortunately, that excuse can't save you.
No, not considering the sharp murder weapon that pierced the victim's heart.
Murder weapon? What are you saying?
This is the, this is the autopsy report submitted by the coroner. The prosecution would like to enter it into the court record.
Your request is granted, counsel. My yawn.
I was there in person, you know. I saw the whole ludicrous performance. And the only other person on the stage with Mr. Ashman was that disgraceful excuse for a scientist.
Then, really, by all accounts, it must have been him.
All right, wait. Let me look at the post-mortem report real quick.
Odie Asmund, male, 47, British, coroner Courtney Sith. Courtney? The coroner? Huh?
All right. 21st October. Oh, what was the time of death? 2:20? Okay. Hemorrhage to a wound that pierced the heart inflicted by a sharp implement. A broken vertebra. Okay. Teleportation exists at this time period. The crux of this case is, did he actually teleport or not? So, maybe, but also probably not.
Hard to think otherwise, really.
Very well. Counsel for the defense. Proceed with the cross-examination, please.
Oh, yes, my lord. I need to focus here. It's been a while. Let's do this. Cross-examination. Affront for murder.
Hold it!
Let's just press everything for right now. Does he have a katana? Yeah, I have a katana. Of course, it's from Kazuma. It was Kazuma's, and then he died, and he gave it to me. Are you suggesting that's because he fell from a considerable height?
Exactly. Which highlights something else about this whole rum business.
What's that?
The fact that the instantaneous kinesis itself was a success.
Ah.
After the explosion, the cage with the fella inside suddenly appeared out of nowhere in midair.
So although the experiment ended in disaster, the so-called instantaneous kinesis did actually occur.
Remind us, Professor, what was the cause of the fatal disaster? Okay.
Hold it!
Hold it. So the angle of projection is critical, is it? And you calculated it yourself, personally.
Well, absolutely. The calculation is far too complicated for anyone but me to carry out.
Only you got it wrong, didn't you?
Yes, that's right. That's the point. The calculation is so complicated, even I can make a mistake.
Do people fall for that brazen confidence? I should try it.
I took into account the subject's height and weight, the wind direction, the ambient temperature. I considered every possible variable, so I just don't understand how this could have happened. Obviously, then, you had to include the weight of the clothes Mr. Asman was wearing at the time, I suppose. Crackling comets! The answer should have been 3! So much for safety first. The 3 must be for safety third.
But the post-mortem examination revealed another injury, a fatal wound.
Hold it!
Another fatal injury, you say? That doesn't make any sense.
I didn't think I'd have to spell this out, but here we go. Just because there were 2 fatal wounds doesn't mean I'm saying the victim had 2 lives to lose, does it?
2 right.
Obviously, at first, we thought the bloke had died due to his spine snapping in half as well.
But you're saying that's not the case?
You'll get your answer once I finish my fish and chips if you don't keep butting in every few seconds.
But we all know that's a bottomless bag.
The victim plummeted 30 feet into a glass tower. It would be reasonable to assume that as the cause of death. Right, that's what we all thought. But it was a red herring, wasn't it?
Defendant's a fucking nerd? Yeah. The defense knew nothing of this crucial information.
The prosecution received this report from the forensic investigation team only this morning. That was the first we knew of it as well. I can only apologize for the impossibility of informing the defense.
Sarcastic and insincere? Thanks. So what was the nature of this sharp object?
Among the accused's tools that were in use at the demonstration, one is of particular interest. This.
Ah, yes, that would appear to be some kind of screwdriver, wouldn't it, Counsel? There he is! My trusty little companion, Andrew! Andrew. Of course.
Ah, do you know each other already? He's one of my dear friends, like all my tools. I've named them all, you know? We're one big happy family. Andrew is my flathead screwdriver, of course. His brother Michael's a crosshead.
Well, it would appear that your beloved Andrew has a red stain on his shank. That isn't...
It's blood, beyond all reasonable doubt.
No.
And that's not all. The long, sharp shape of this Andrew fellow is completely consistent with the victim's wound.
What? What? Oh, brother. Order! The court will enter this friend of the defendant as evidence. Can I examine it? Wait, I want to examine Andrew. So one of the Professor Harebrain's tools is the murder weapon. Andrew, what are you doing, buddy? Is there like a secret compartment or anything? I've seen this unusually shaped handle before. It's the same screwdriver that was lodged in the grill on the floor of the kinesis machine, which could be important information, so I should definitely make a note of it. Nice, okay. This is blood. Mr. Asman's, no doubt. This is the problem with looking at murder weapons. Great.
So the victim was killed before he went anywhere, and this fellow's the only one who could have done it.
Hold it. What time period is this? I think this is 1900 exactly. What grounds do you have for saying that?
Huh, do you really need to ask? There were only 2 people on that public experimentation stage in front of the whole crowd. The victim, Mr. Odie Asman, and the accused, Professor Harebrain. And we know for certain that before the experiment, the victim was alive.
That's right, I saw him with my own eyes.
Furthermore, the following that explosion in Kinesis, nobody went anywhere near the body.
In other words,
only someone who was on the stage with the victim could possibly have done it.
did this dude just go Great Scott? Excuse me. Professor Harebrain, do you have some information that may be relevant here? Professor!
Sorry. I was just calculating the optimum coefficient of electrolysis to separate molecules in the human body.
And the witness stand is the best place for that. It seemed as though you might have something to say about Inspector Gregson's last remark.
Yes, that's right. Of course. He just said that nobody else could have done it, didn't he?
Yeah, that's right. Who else could have stabbed the victim, eh?
I don't know, but there's no way that I could possibly have stabbed Mr. Asmund, you say.
Huh?
Explain, please, Professor.
Of course, this cold-hearted policeman may not be aware, I suppose. But humans are warm-blooded mammals with blood running continuously through their veins.
I had heard.
Then surely you see, if I'd plunged something the size of Andrew into the man's chest, the whole stage would have been a bloodbath. No, a blood swimming pool. But thousands of Londoners were watching me at the time. And yet not one of them claims to have seen a swimming pool of blood.
Well, no, I suppose not.
You see? Not one.
True, I didn't see anything like that.
Well done, Professor. That was a great counter-argument. Order! Order! Something smells really good from downstairs. Oh my gosh. Whew! Dude, I'm gonna finish my coffee, bro. I'm gonna finish my coffee. All right. Boom, shaka, frickin' laka.
Pray forgive the discourtesy if I savor a drop from my hallowed chalice to accompany my old friends a ducking, a duck, quack. Here's to you, Albert.
Oh, you're too kind, Barak, but I'm really not a patch on you.
No, you're not.
Ho, 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 shit.
No?
You've neglected to mention one crucial possibility.
I have.
A particular situation in which very little bleeding would result from a stab wound.
Oh, of course.
Inspector, enlighten the court, please.
Yes, sir.
Where are they going with this? Very well. You will amend your formal testimony now, Inspector Gregson. All right, here we go.
The weapon the victim was stabbed with must have been left in his body whilst he was beamed through the air.
Nope, not true.
Objection.
There we go. You say that while the weapon remains in the body, there's very little bleeding. Is that unequivocal? He dreams like 5 glasses of wine a case. Yeah. That's not how the bleeding works for the shops. Is that unequivocal?
Look, there was no blood on the experimentation stage, even though that's where the fellow was stabbed. The only explanation for that is that the screwdriver was still in his body, stopping any heavy bleeding. It's common medical knowledge, my learned friend, even on your side of the world.
Dot, 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 dot. Yes, but about this screwdriver. The thing is, we actually saw it at the scene ourselves, on the experimentation stage.
What?
It was on the floor by the wreckage of the machine, poking through a metal grill. I went to pick it up, but the detective here stopped me. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson?
Oh, well, now you come to mention it, yes. Inspector, are we to understand that you permitted the defense counsel to investigate? That you contravened the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act?
Eh? No, not at all. I wouldn't do that. I just let him look, nothing more. I was very clear he wasn't to touch a thing.
Yes, that's true. The screwdriver was in plain sight on the stage. But it shouldn't have been, should it?
What are you getting at?
If this tool had still been in the victim's body when the victim was beamed away by the machine, then it shouldn't have been still on the stage. Shouldn't have still been on the stage. That's right. It should have been beamed across to the Crystal Tower along with Mr. Asman and been found still lodged in the victim's chest. Order. How do you explain this, Inspector?
I don't...
It looks as though everything that the victim had done on his person moved with him when he was beamed. If the screwdriver was still in his chest when the instantaneous kinesis occurred, obviously that should have been beamed to the destination as well. This is a strange situation. Even though people are saying that this instantaneous kinesis is a scientific impossibility, we're still basing arguments on the assumption that it did actually take place. All right, time to tighten the screws here. My lord, if the prosecution is unable to explain this inconsistency in its argument, we can only conclude that the testimony given in support cannot be relied upon. Lord Van Zieks is stumped. Jesus Christ, his voice cracked more than mine. Do you have something to say, witness?
Yes, I knew it. It bears out. The equations hold. Mr. Naruhodo, don't worry.
About what?
No, without delving into the details, there is no inconsistency.
What? Shut up.
Even if Andrew had been lodged in Mr. Asman's chest, my trusty tool wouldn't have moved. Andrew remaining on the stage is inconsistent with my calculations.
What? What? You idiot! I was trying to help you!
It would seem your illusions have been shattered. Clearly, we should hear the accused's explanation. Or should I say, this brilliant scientist's explanation?
What's up, Void? Just when I'd found an inconsistency in the prosecution's argument, scientists. Very well, the defendant will testify again. Provide us with a scientific explanation as to why the inconsistency asserted by the defense fails to hold.
In the name of Apollo, I will, my lord.
All right, you fucking... Witness testimony, here we go. Inconsistency explained.
And to be clear, I'm still at the stage of gathering data in my research. My hypothesis states the kinesis cannot transport metal, though. Hence, the metal weapon would have stayed put. In other words, the point just raised by Mr. Naruhodo isn't an inconsistency at all. Mr. Asman was the patron of my research. Without him, my work wouldn't have been possible. Now I have a duty to protect the incredible machine that we built together.
Can't transport metal. You know what I'm really wondering then? You know what I'm really wondering? What the fuck was this? I still don't know what the hell this thing is. You know? But anyways, is there... Chat. Would that not have been transported? His glasses. The button on his shirt. Dental fillings. I don't know, dude. Yeah, then how was the cage moved? So, the thrust of your testimony, Professor, is...
That based upon his hypothesis, metal objects cannot be moved by this method of instantaneous kinesis.
In other words...
In other words, since the screwdriver is made of metal, even if it remained lodged in the victim's chest, its subsequent discovery on the stage, despite the victim being found elsewhere, is not an inconsistency.
And therefore...
And therefore, Professor Albert Hairbrain could still have been the killer.
My great hypothesis holds, you see. We had to make the cage used to contain the subject from wood for that very reason.
Okay. I was not addressing you, witness. Professor Hairbrain.
Yes?
Whose side are you on here?
I don't take sides, Mr. Naruhodo. No. My only interest lies upon holding my hypothesis. I'm a scientist, after all.
Is he working for us or against us? It's very hard to tell.
Let's see how you cross-examine this testimony, my Nipponese friend.
Yes, fire away, Mr. Naruhodo.
Dude wants to go to prison? Right. Oh my god. The inconsistency explained. Hold it!
And yet your retort to my argument wasn't lacking in confidence in any way. No scientist can find the truth without first finding self-belief. Those were the words of a certain scientist I hold in the very highest esteem.
But you realize that disproving my argument puts you in a very precarious position, don't you?
No scientist should strive to protect himself more than he strives to protect the truth. More words of the same grand scientist, you know.
Does it happen to be you? Words that are causing me a lot of trouble. Who is this scientist?
I'm afraid I couldn't tell you, Mr. Naruto. But as soon as I remember the magnificent genius's name, you'll be the first to know.
It might be worth keeping the names of your idols to mind.
You're wasting your breath, my learned friend. The scatterbrain even forgets my name at times.
So Lord Van Zieks really did have a friend once, but I didn't notice hell freezing over. All right. Your hypothesis states it, so this isn't proven then. Dude, Van Zieks has a friend. Maybe soon he'll have a boyfriend.
No, of course not. It's merely a hypothesis, but a good one, based upon thousands of calculations. But it's widely known that metals can't be decomposed by electrolysis. Yes, of course, so I am right. My hypothesis is clearly correct.
What is it about incriminating himself that makes this man so happy?
It's the whole reason that the birdcage is made of wood, you see.
Sorry, the birdcage?
Yes, that's what I call the C. obtusa cage in which Mr. Asman was placed for kinesis.
Ah, the jail cell in which the victim was detained. It does indeed seem to be made up of timber of some sort. I'll thank you not to refer to it as an instrument of incarceration, your lordship.
In short, any weapon lodged in the victim when he was beamed away by instantaneous kinesis would have been left behind on the stage if it was made of metal, correct?
Yes, that's it. Yes. It all fits perfectly with the mathematical model.
But the ultimate conclusion, then, is that the defendant alone had the opportunity to inflict his fatal injury on the victim, is it not? Ah, indeed, sir. Someone beam me out of this nightmare. Dude does not know what the fifth is. That might not exist yet, to be honest. All right. Hold it. You seem to be pleased by that.
Yes, another example of my hypothesis holding true. But I sense some sarcasm, Mr. Naruhodo. Are you not pleased?
No.
I knew it. At the end of the day, I'm the one responsible for Mr. Asman losing his life. But the advancement of science is no excuse, so I know that.
No, you're quite right. Tell the court, did you have a close relationship with Mr. Asman?
Oh, well, no, not really. I mean, I'd only met him 2 or 3 times. And we only ever discussed my hypothesis and the project, and the research grant, of course.
Hold it. Do we have him in the people profile? I just realized something. Where's his hat? Where did his hat go? Look at this masked man. Hairbrain. Oh, Esmeralda. Anyways. No, okay, so we don't really have too much. He's 34? He's older than... Okay, anyways. How'd you come to know Mr. Asman?
A year ago now, a small provincial science journal published a little paper about my work.
That's a scientific journal? Good gracious, I should need new spectacles.
I might have had an extraordinary hypothesis and great promise, but at the time I had no money. I had to eat tiny little meals at a tiny little cafe and drink watered down water out of a tiny little glass. But Mr. Asman read the paper and came to visit me in my tiny little laboratory.
And offered you money to help you fund your work?
Exactly, that's exactly what happened. I handled the theoretical side of things, and Mr. Asman provided me with an engineer for the practical. And the 3 of us produced that fantastic machine together.
The machine that you brought to the Great Exhibition to demonstrate.
We had to apply the government for some sort of inspection to be allowed to exhibit, I think. I didn't understand all that side of things. Mr. Asman took care of all of it. It was a wonderful man. Really, I owe him everything.
Okay.
Hold it.
When you say that you built the machine together, does that mean you were involved in its construction?
Yes. Well, not exactly. I'm not good with the practical side of machines myself, so the physical construction was done by an engineer.
Little remains of your creation now, though, following the explosion. Repair will no doubt be impossible.
Yes, I realize that. But still, if someone were to gather all the broken parts, they could discover the secret of my hypothesis. But Mr. Asman and I toiled over that machine for so long, we put our hearts and souls into it. I have to protect our work. So what's left of the machine must be kept safe. That's only fair, because what happened was an accident.
Okay. That's the extent of the testimony, then. Thank goodness for that. I don't want him doing any more damage. He's already basically proven that he could have been the culprit. But it seems as though all he really cares about is defending his hypothesis. Still, I wonder, what if his hypothesis is just fundamentally flawed? Okay, so I need to present something here, probably. Here's what I want to do. I want to present the photo. Is there anything else I could really present here? Wait. Everything on the birdcage is made of wood, but surely he had metal on his person.
Objection.
Yeah! Professor Harebrain, you say that according to your hypothesis, nothing made of metal can be beamed by instantaneous kinesis using the machine you made. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. Spot on, exactly correct.
In that case, I'd ask you to have a look at this photograph that was taken at the scene. In particular, I'd like you to pay attention to the victim's face. You can clearly see that Mr. Asman is wearing a pair of spectacles with a metal rim.
What? Metal? No, metal can't. That's not metal. No!
We've already established that the proposed murder weapon, the screwdriver, was found on the stage. However, if your hypothesis correctly predicted that outcome, it should also have predicted that the metal rim spectacles would be found in the same place.
Ah! My hypothesis! My hypothesis!
Professor Harebrain, this isn't easy for me to say, but your hypothesis is clearly flawed.
Ah!
Order! Counsel, what is the implication of this? If on the day in question, the alleged instantaneous kinesis never actually took place, then it's entirely possible that the victim was killed somewhere other than the stage. And in that case, someone other than the defendant could have been the culprit.
But my hypothesis is sound. I proved it that day. The experiment was a success. The experiment was proof of all my work.
If I could say something here in my capacity as a fellow of the Royal Society.
Yes, sir, number 4. I'm gonna voice him and like you barely can understand him, because I want to voice him like Winston Churchill.
As a regular service of the civil to the mind. And as a fraud
What? Wait, great Scott. Are you suggesting my science is suspect?
There's something that's proved, isn't it? In front of all of us. In other words, the whole devastation is a complete nonsense from top to bottom. But I say the wreckage of that machine should be stripped down and thoroughly examined.
No, never. That machine is the essence of my entire hypothesis. It's protected by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act.
What the devil is that plastic act all about, eh? Who made up such a daft rule?
I don't like the way this seems to be going. What's the best way for me to help the professor? Well, it's obviously going to be raise an objection. Obviously. I don't want to save for that. Professor Harebrain has yet to perfect his invention. That would seem to be the case, yes. But even so. Even so what? Going to such trouble and expense to create a fake machine to display in public. He would have absolutely no reason to do such a thing.
Objection.
Oh, no, he absolutely does.
He had an obvious reason to do exactly that. For the research grant money.
Conspirators? What would be the value of such a grant? 10 pounds?
You're an order of magnitude outbound. 500 pounds a year.
Oh, you can live on hands of that much for years.
Maybe I shouldn't voice him like that. He's probably going to talk a lot.
No, I haven't deceived anyone, least of all the government. My hypothesis is sound, the science is sound. Please, you must believe me.
No matter how unbelievable this hypothesis may seem to you, ladies and gentlemen, the fact remains that the victim was transported instantly to the Crystal Tower. Which means that the experiment was a success.
Barak!
And therefore, the only person who could possibly have committed this murder is the accused.
Barak.
I knew exactly that he was gonna say that. That was a soul read of this game. Soul read. Oh my god. I knew he'd say that. Where is this heading? I have no idea.
My lord, if I may,
Yes, Lord Van Zieks?
the prosecution would like to summon new witnesses to the stand.
New witnesses. What would be the nature of their involvement?
They were spectators of the demonstration at the exhibition who were occupying special seats.
Eyewitnesses.
Very well. The court grants the prosecution's request. I should very much like to hear from eyewitnesses to the incident.
The prosecution's stance is clear. The experiment was no postiche. The accused killed the financier victim there on the public stage before the very eyes of the spectators. Now, my learned friend,
Oh, yes?
it's time for you to make your own stance clear.
Now, there's clearly a flaw in the professor's hypothesis. I can definitely see that. But where does that leave me?
We shall take a short recess now, during which time the prosecution will prepare its new witnesses to take the stand.
Bows sexily, as you wish, my lord.
Good. In that case, court is adjourned for 20 minutes. I'm going to go take a piss real quick. It takes me 20 minutes every time.
Oh, shit, dude. To be continued right the fuck now.
Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum, bum, bum.
Let's go! Let's keep going, boys. 23rd October, 10:44 a.m. The Old Bailey. Defendant's Antechamber. Number 1.
Miss Naruhodo! What on earth were you playing at just now? Or rather, what on earth were you playing at all along? My hypothesis, my amazing hypothesis. You've been picking holes in it from the start.
Sorry about that.
But you promised me. You said you'd prove that Dratted explosion was an accident, not murder. You said you'd keep my precious invention from falling into anyone else's hands. But all you've done so far is try to undermine me.
Yes, I did make you a promise, you're right. I said that I'd believe in you and fight for your freedom to the very end. But I also told you I was no scientist. I don't understand your hypothesis. The fact is, there's an undeniable flaw in your logic, isn't there?
But if I just run through some equations? Yes, you'll see. It's because my work is incomplete.
Perhaps it is. Nevertheless, a man died as a consequence, didn't he?
Oh. Oh, no! You're right. You're so right. It's all my fault. And I have no right to blame you for my failures. I'm a disaster, not just as a scientist, but as a human being. I've never touched grass before in my life. A woman brushes me past on the arm walking past me, and I have to go change my pants.
That might be... I really don't have anything to say about that joke. It came out, I just did it, you know? That might be a little over the top. Renosuke was talking to me. He was talking to me, not Albert.
And while we're on the subject, what about Barak? He's being awful.
Claiming his old university friend to be a murderer, you mean?
He's a disaster, not just as a prosecutor, but as a human being. I bet he also did. Oh, but no, wait. He's the Reaper, isn't he? Perhaps he's not classified as Homo sapiens anymore.
Glad that's cleared up. Listen, Barak's definitely homo. But maybe not a Homo sapien. Glad that's cleared up. Oh my god, wait, this theme, do you hear like a little bit of Barak's theme in the back of it? Ooh, wait, the music, okay. Can I double check something with you? Dude's filter does not have an on switch.
Yes, what?
The machine and demonstration you prepared, they were based entirely on your hypothesis, I presume? There was no trickery involved?
I drew the plans for the machine with my very own hands. Every line was painstakingly drawn with the firm belief that science is the only future. So yes, it's true my hypothesis hasn't reached maturity yet. But please, Mr. Naruhodo, you must believe in it.
All right, Professor, I understand.
Carl, go touch grass. You both are losers. Make your way to the courtroom.
Bum 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 bum. It all hinges on that demonstration. If the professor's hypothesis is as sound as he claims, it leaves him as the only person who could possibly have killed the victim. But on the other hand, Mr. Sholmes was adamant. A practical implementation, such as was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition, is quite impossible. And I'm Mr. Sholmes. Everything I say in this game is true, and you can trust it. So really, what should I be trying to prove here? 23rd of October, 11 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. I love that girl eating corn back there. She's my favorite. What's up? Hello, T-Swizzle. Welcome into the stream. How you doing? I'm doing good. Thank you for asking, man. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready for the new witnesses to testify? The prosecution is ready, my lord. As is the defense, my lord. So, Lord Van Zeeks, I believe these next witnesses saw the demonstration on the day in question with their own eyes. Indeed they did. As our luck would have it, one of them is a police detective. Oh, it's Gina. It's Gina. So the testimony we are about to hear can be considered highly reliable. Perfect. A detective of all people. Corn. I know, right, Crisis? The prosecution's stance remains unchanged. Though it ended in tragedy, the demonstration on the day in question was scientifically sound. And consequently, the sole person with the opportunity to have committed this act of murder is the only other individual to have been present on the stage at the time, the accused. Thank you, counsel. The prosecution's position is clear, so bring forth your witnesses now. Bailiff, show the witnesses in. The witnesses whose proximity to the incident on the day in question will clarify the truth unequivocally. Gina! Holy shit, who are these two buffoons? I was expecting to see Gina, and I saw freaking Bongo from Inside Out. Oh my god. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court to hear.
My name is Balthazar Luden. I am the impresario of all hot air balloons in the vicinity of the experimental stage.
Oh, German, yes!
Mein Name ist Wilhelm Gottfried Sigismund Ortstein. I have come to see the great exhibition of the way from my home in Bohemia.
Oh my god.
I'm very rich.
Wait, I actually love this person, low-key. They're actually great.
Inspector Gina Lestrade, Scotland Yard. I'm a great detective. Even Airlock Sholmes agrees. I was on security duty at the exhibition. I got to go up in one of them balloons. It was amazing.
Gina, you're my favorite. Are these two in the court? Okay, Bohemian Boy.
That's just his name, Bohemian Boy. Wilhelm Gottsreich Sigmundson Ornstein.
Oh my god. Wait, these two are actually great. That's actually amazing. Gina, again. But she did mention that she'd seen the disaster from up on a balloon, actually, didn't she? And she clearly loved every minute of it. There were 3 balloons flying near the public experimentation stage when the incident occurred. 2 of these witnesses were in one such balloon at the time and saw events unfold from the skies above.
You make it sound like they were in the clouds.
This guy's Italian. Mamma mia, you make it sound like they were in the clouds. It was only an altitude of circa 60 feet, very low.
Well, you can't see nothing if you fly too high, can you?
60 feet, about 18 meters then. Bohemian Boy City.
Thank you for your introduction. You will give formal testimony to the court. I don't want to make it like Mario Italian, but I want to give it a little bit of a fast talk. You know what I'm saying? A little bit of a fast talk. Kindly describe what you witnessed, especially those of you who had a vantage point above the stage.
This little boy got hit in the head with some rubble. He also looks like he's a Persona character. The view from 60 feet up.
It was an incident terrible. Incident terribly. I'm looking for my balloons were not damaged. There's this huge bang from the stage, and the next second another bang in the sky behind us. Beside us. And from amidst the smoke, a cage appeared out of nowhere. Out of the cage, it fell from the sky like a stone, and crashed into the crystal tower. I didn't get a good look inside the cage, but no one went near enough after they crashed into the tower.
Bro sounds British. Oh god. Hello, Liam.
A most extraordinary collective amount, I must say.
There's an Italian, a German, and a Scottish bruv.
A little bit of a slide, a little bit, you know what I'm saying?
Could I just clarify something? I might still have COVID. Well, I hope you get well. There's a detail in the witness's testimony that I've not heard any mention of until now. Specifically, that there were 2 explosions?
More precisely, 2 explosions in 2 separate places, yes. When the demonstration began, the balloon carrying the 2 witnesses was around here. There were other balloons in the air nearby at the time, carrying other passengers as well, to be clear.
We may be roadmen, but we don't sound like that. Trust me, Gina is a special case.
Then as the power was supplied to the machine for the first demonstration, the first explosion occurred. The so-called bird cage that contained the victim disappeared from the stage, and a moment later, the second explosion occurred directly adjacent to the balloon carrying the witnesses. The bird cage appeared at the site of the explosion, subsequently to plummet down into the crystal tower.
I was very surprised. Suddenly a cage. Ooh. I was very surprised. Suddenly a cage appeared before my eye with a person inside. The blast was so hot I didn't want to miss a thing, so I kept my eyes wide.
Oh my god, another one? Get it? Because he's very rich, I see.
I still have lots of money.
I love that, I love that. That's funny. Okay,
Precisely, who is this curious infant?
I'm told he is a young noble of Bohemian royalty. Apparently, he disguised himself in order to steal unnoticed into the Great Exhibition.
Yeah, I'm here in London on a sightseeing trip with my elementary school.
this is silly.
We will have the benefit of a child's point of view in the testimony.
Do we really need that?
When I remove my mask, this is what I look like.
Ah, yes, I see. A delightful face, I'm sure.
Yeah, everybody says so.
Great disguise, then. This is silly. This is too silly.
The point is, the testimony of these witnesses further substantiates the facts for the court.
Chat, this is like the Justice for All case. Case 3 in the circus. This is kind of what this is like. Namely, that despite ending in an explosion, instantaneous kinesis was successfully demonstrated. And furthermore, that until the arrival of the police, no one approached the crystal tower where the victim fell. Therefore, only the accused who was with Mr. Assman on the stage could possibly have committed the murder. I really just hope we don't get Mo. Alright? Mo's ancestor, Mohemian Rhapsody, a clown of grace. Thank you, counsel. The prosecution's views on the matter are quite clear. So, the defense's cross-examination now, please. Yes, my lord. Alright, here we go. Cross-examination. The view from 60 feet up. It was an incident terrible. I'm gonna get rid of my balloons without damage. Hold it! I'm still trying to figure out what his voice should be. I'm sorry, it feels weird to me. There were 3 balloons flying above the experimentation stage at the time, I understand. It's easy. Oh, the little bellissimi bambini. Bellissimi bambini. My bellissimi bambini. My bellissimi bambini. Oh, he's got a hat that's a hot air balloon. That's cool. They're very popular, senor. Some people pay £10 for one ride. 10 pounds? That's more than my annual stipend. It's £20 a month. That is my pocket money. Royals have all the luck. I got up there for free, I did. Played the old work. Played the old, I work for Her Majesty's police card, you know. Detectives have all the luck. If they're so popular, why would you only be operating such a small number of balloons, though? Because if I have too many in the skies, they could crash into each other. The operators for the balloons were decided by lots, with each operator manning a particular area. And the zone of a public experimentation stage is most profitable. The other impresarios, they hate me. Thank you, witness. I think the court has a clear picture of the arrangements for balloon rides at the exhibition. Perhaps we could hear more about what you actually witnessed at the incident? Right, I can fill you in there, my lord. There's this huge bang from the stage, and then the next second another bang in the sky behind us. Hold it. So you actually saw the accident happen from up in the air? Yup. Isn't it amazing what a detective gets to do, eh? I'm telling you, Audio, being a lawyer is a mug's game. You should join the force so we can go flying together. You know me so well. Yes, well, anyway. Could you tell us exactly what you saw, do you think? Everything. We saw everything, because we were up above it all. That dodgy cove climbing into that cage, and that dodgy professor pulling on them levers. And that's when it happened. That's when there was that massive bang and the cage disappeared, just like that. You are describing the moment the subject's body was decomposed by the electricity, I believe. I didn't know what to make of it. But then there was another bang, right in my ear. I looked around and there was a huge great fireball right next to us in the sky, and there was nothing there before. What say you to that, little German boy? Wait, no, little German boy, don't go into the weed cave. Oh mein Gott, this is ein cave full of balloon smoking. He's the little German boy.
Excuse me.
he's the little German boy. Master Gotts, does your memory of the day differ? He's calling him Master Gotts. Oh my god. My teacher at elementary school says that when you meet someone for the first time, you should always use their full name. Ah, yes. What was it again? Wilhelm Gottfried Sigmund Orstein. Just the 4 names, then? The point is, do you have something to say? Something to add in response to Detective Gina Lestrade's last remark, perhaps? Oh, I get it right, Otto. It's Inspector Lestrade. Why does everyone have a problem with how I address them at the moment? That is not what I saw. Oh? Yeah, there was a second explosion. It was right beside our balloons. That is true. And I said, oh my god, this is a balloon full of balloon smoking. But I'm sure... Which is what I said in it. 1 minute there was nothing there, the next a massive explosion. My teacher at elementary school said that when someone else is speaking, if you are rude enough to interrupt, you will have the most awful life imaginable. Are all Bohemians brought up to be so full of joy? Okay. Do you have a lot of money?
Just before the second...
Okay, he didn't say it this time.
Just before the second explosion happened next to our balloon, I clearly witnessed sein Blutsmoken, a green balloon flying in the sky, the color of Blutsmoken.
A green balloon?
You what?
I never saw nothing like that.
Well, I did, I saw it, and you can't say I didn't. I will complain to the council, I will cry and scream. The testimony is the truth, I am Bohemian Prince, you cannot say it's a lie, that is not allowed.
Playing the bleeding royalty card, are you? Typical. Says the orphan who likes to remind people she works for Her Majesty's Police. Damn! Let's just roast Gina real quick. Damn. In that case, young man, I must ask you to amend your formal testimony. In the interest of cordial national relationships between Great Britain and Bohemia.
It was not the sky that exploded, it was a great big balloon that was next to us at the time.
Oh, that's no way to talk to an officer. A green balloon, you say? You sure about that?
Of course I am sure, I am proud Bohemian Prince. All these fictions are making me boring.
I think you mean bored.
Ah! English is very annoying. The language of my countrymen is far superior.
It is very wrong to lie.
Lie?
A flying balloons never explode. For the same memories and planets never explode. It is logical. Please tell me that doesn't mean logical.
If you insult me, you insult all of Bohemia.
Madai.
I will have the army come and shoot all of your stupid balloons out of the sky, all of them.
Chat, I just realized I'm slipping into a bit of an accent that I really don't like. I just realized that I'm shouting angry German and I'm not quite sure I like where this voice is taking me. But I'm gonna keep with it for right now. And if anyone has anything to say, they can suck me balls! This is the most fun I've had this entire game. Okay. Oh, I need to calm down. This German boy is my favorite character. Here you are, Your Highness. Mamma mia. Here you are, Your Highness. Yeah, there we go. I gotta get a little bit of a deeper voice. Here you are, Your Highness. Yeah, Loon, I'm not really feeling his voice right now. I'll figure it out by the end of the stream, I promise. If only all international incidents were so easily resolved. Now that peaceful relations have been restored here in the courtroom, perhaps we could return to the testimony. Did you also see the moment that the cage materialized, Mr. Loon?
Oh, no, I did not see the explosion myself. However,
the cage fell from the sky like a stone and crashed into the crystal tower. Hold it. Did you see that actually happen?
No. In reality, I did not.
I saw after it hit the tower. There was a grand confusion about the stage. I ran to see what had happened. It was terrorized by the idea that one of my balloons had crashed. I suppose they are his livelihood. But when I looked up to the sky, all my precious balloons were still there. I saw it there. I saw it slam into the tower, after all. I'm a detective now. And tell us what you saw, Inspector Lestrade. That's what I like to hear. Gina is one of my favorites of all time. I didn't get a good look inside the cage, but no one went near after it crashed into the tower. Hold it. Was it you who gave the order to keep people away? Eh? Use your head, or how could it have been me? I was up in the balloon, weren't I? Right. So, because I wasn't available, it was the boss who had to leg it over there. He was getting shoved and kicked all over by the panicking spectators that he tried to seal off the scene. It was a real sight to behold, I can tell you. Amazing. Poor Inspector Gregson. So anyway, I couldn't see the cage that well because of all the smoke. And I didn't really want to see, to be honest. I was scared out of my wits. Keep it together, Inspector! The prosecution really is asserting that the demonstration was genuine. But what if it was actually some kind of switch-around trick instead? That would mean that the victim was never actually on the stage in the first place. The 2 explosions would have thrown everyone watching into a panic for sure. I think I need to find out more about what exactly people saw at the time. Okay. I need to present something here. But you know what I want to do? I want to press all of Gina's testimony without saying excuse me to the little German boy.
Hold it!
So you actually saw, okay, so we went through all this. Lol, suffer. I know, right? But Gina, she's like my favorite, low-key. And you know, to make it another bang around me ear. Fireball. What appears out of the flames? The cage, that's what. And that description sounds like the moment after the man was beamed instantaneously through space. It's mind-blowing, innit? But that's the 20th century for you, I reckon. So the people who actually saw the demonstration with their own eyes really believe they saw something miraculous taking place. It was not this guy! No, okay. Okay,
Objection!
No! I should have saved. I'm a save now. It just seems to jar though. That's what I was feeling. What I think is that this whole exchange has been extremely jarring, yes. Shaking my head. Look at their, don't they have similar facial expressions? Okay, a big balloon. Okay. I wonder if I'm gonna get Bohemia to invade Japan if I contradict him. Huh. I don't know what I should do here. Look at the lost cat! I want to find this lost cat. No, I don't care about the Reaper being attacked. I care about the cat. Oh. I don't care about the Reaper. Oh, look, Altamont Gas Company. Oh, and women form new suffragist group. Good on you, women. Get your right to vote. But what about the lost cat? What about the lost cat? You know? Dude, I'm lost. What the fuck is this thing? Ah, there's some sort of lever here. It's a crossbow! What is this? It looks like a cross between a bow and a gun. I think it's probably used for the same thing, too. Why is there a cross? You wind this around in order to draw the bowstring back and create tension. You must be able to fire arrows with a huge amount of force using this device, then. In fact, I would imagine it's far more accurate and powerful than a Japanese longbow. I really had no idea what I was picking up when I spotted this at the exhibition grounds. There's a fucking crossbow involved with this somehow? What? Maybe I need to investigate this. It looks like layers of thick canvas with a thick rubber lining of sorts. I've never seen anything like it before. But applying Mr. Sholmes' methods, you might deduce it as part of a raincoat worn by someone who really, really didn't want to get wet. And the charring must have occurred when the person was struck by lightning. Or maybe not. Renosuke, that was really helpful and all, but this is a green balloon. So, maybe this?
Objection.
No, it isn't.
Chat, I'm lost. I'm gonna look it up. I've gotten to a point where I'm like, But one thing I do have to do real quick. Let me just unfold this again. That's right, we're gonna cheat. That's right. We're gonna cheat. I thought it looked like a crossbow. All right, well. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Rister Mice Cheats. Welcome to Rister Mice Cheats. Oh God. Oh shit. Trial. Evidence. Choice doesn't matter. Okay. Statement 2. Bohemian Boy. Statement number 1. What? What? So I need to press here? Wait. Wait, okay. The view, press statement 2, question, and on statement 1, do this. Oh, mein Gott!
Objection.
Chat, I figured it out all on my own. Mr. Loon, in your testimony, you said that all 3 of the balloons you had operating at the time were undamaged. See, that is correct. If they had been caught in the Esplanade, they would have been terrible. I don't know what I'm doing with this voice. Mamma mia. I wonder if you might know what this is. I think it may be. See, a part of a balloon. A bent piece of a fabric of the envelope. Sorry? The envelope? Pardon. No, that's French. Mamma mia. That is the large round part of the balloon which comes filled with hot air. It is made from a very thick fabric with web. You do not want it to rip when you are in the sky. Just as I thought. This piece of cloth was found near the experimentation stage. In other words, as Master Gods testified, a green balloon did indeed explode that day. Eh? If all the balloons in the sky above the experimentation stage belong to you, Mr. Loon, then your statement that they were all undamaged clearly contradicts the evidence. No! Oh, he's on a box. Look at that. If a balloon exploded that day, why didn't the man say so? Or maybe everyone on board was cute. Blah. Seems to me like those things crash 50% of the time anyway. The corn girl. Hey, Rest, are you playing my favorite game? What's up, Sniper Panda? The instantaneous kinesis did occur, but after the explosion on the stage. Thank you for the 34 bits, Sniper Panda. Thank you. The point of materialization shifted to a location occupied by a balloon, causing the balloon to explode. Yes, eminently plausible. An unfortunate traffic accident, as it were, but it changes nothing about the pertinent facts. Hold it. This I cannot accept. Why not, Mr. Loon? You are suggesting that I am a liar. That person died in the balloon incident. There's no need to get fired up, Mr. Loon. The victim was the sole fatality that day. That's right, and I prove it. Balthazar Loon is not a liar. There was no such balloon in the sky. It is not possible. You're saying it's impossible. Why? This court has more important matters to discuss than numbers of balloons that were operating that day. Hey!
Objection.
Objection. But we can't ignore the fact that nobody appears to have known anything about this other balloon until now. My lord, the defense calls for further testimony from Mr. Loon. I concur. There is clearly more to the truth here than meets the eye. It's imperative to clear up the issue of this phantom balloon, I feel. Witnesses, you will give supplementary testimony about the balloons you were operating at the exhibition. Grazie, my lord. Alright, I feel like that voice is fine. Chairman boy! Mr. Loon's balloons. As I said, Balthazar Loon is no liar. Every balloon I had up in the sky landed safely. All 3 of my balloons are carrying passengers. If they fail to the garden explosion, what a catastrophe.
But you can't get away from the fact that a burnt up bit of cloth was found at the scene, can you? The coppers at the yard reckoned it was probably some debris thrown from the explosion on the stage. The stupido ragazzo is mistaken. Stupido ragazzo! My balloons have the red and blue zigzag stripes anyway. Oh my god, 16 more! Thank you so much! Wow! Thank you. Ball loon, Balthazar loon, ball loon. Yeah, man, that's crazy. So your assertion that the balloon this child saw was not one belonging to you is the that's exactly. Dude, you know who this dude reminds me of? I am Jean Armstrong. That's who he reminds me of. The voice that reminds me of John Armstrong from freaking Trials and Tribulations. Oh my god. If he ever saw it, it's a balloon in the first place. But it's French. French and Italian are so similar. No! I do not like the sound of it. It's very bad for business. Oh, that's the answer. Very bad. I gotta do a zigzag with my volume. Very bad. The business. All right, got it. I figured it out, chat. I have a good mind to sue the land of Bohemia.
Oh, man.
If you attack us, we will fight back. It will be war. A lot more. I'm sorry. Chat, I apologize. I'm leaning into it a little bit now. What happened to All Out War? Mr. Loon certainly doesn't appear to be lying. But that doesn't change the fact that the testimony and evidence are contradictory here.
If the defense is unable to find fault with the witnesses' statements, the court must consider them the truth. Think long and hard on that, my learned friend.
The situation has clearly changed now. I have to get to the bottom of what happened here, no matter what it takes. Counsel, you may now cross-examine the witness. Let's do it! Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Do it. Let's do it. Mr. Loon's balloons. As I said, Balthazar Loon is a liar. Every balloon I had in the sky landed safely.
Hold it!
You couldn't just have forgotten one, maybe? He's thinking about it. Signor. I might have not noticed if I was given 100 lentils and one was missing. But we are talking about 3 enormous balloons. Do you believe I could make a mistake about something so grand and expensive?
I took the liberty of having Inspector Gregson check this gentleman's warehouse. I have the report here. It clearly says a total of 3 balloons. A total.
It would appear no mistake has been made then. Surely Miss Lestrade could have been sent for such a menial task. What, me? I'll tell you what I told the boss. East End kids like me can only count up to 2. Obviously that ain't true. But the boss bought it and said he had to go himself in that case. Ha. All 3 of my balloons are carrying passengers.
Hold it!
Hold it. It would be quite a catastrophe if they fell to the ground for any reason, I think. On that note, Mr. Loon, tell me, what is it that keeps these balloons in the sky? Are you an idiota? Sorry? That is like asking, why does a candle burn bright? It burns bright because it burns bright. And a balloon flies because it flies. What else? Huh, that must be Italian for I don't know.
There are 2 types of flying balloons, hot air balloons and gas balloons. Hot air balloons work on the principle of hot air being less dense than cold air, whereas gas balloons derive their lift by using a gas that is lighter than air.
See, and my balloons are filled with the magic gas, I believe.
Hydrogen, lighter than air, but highly explosive.
Good lord! I do not permit smoking of the cigarettes in any of my balloons. The magic gas does not like a fire.
Even a small spark of static electricity could cause the entire balloon to explode.
What is the matter with you, senor? All of that comes out of your mouth is explosion, explosion. I tell you, my balloons are perfectly safe. They have to be, or I cannot eat. None of my balloons exploded that day, I'm completely sure. But if you still say that is what happened, you must show me the proof. Alright, so Mr. Loon had 3 balloons in the air that day. If none of them were damaged, then what was the one that exploded?
Hold it!
Hold up. I was surprised to find the piece of fabric still at the scene, actually. Didn't you search the area surrounding the stage for clues?
Nah, I'm not into picking stuff up off the ground, me. Always works out way better. Divvying it up into people's pockets instead.
So much for the new career path.
Mind you, the boss was on his and his knees picking up all kinds of rubbish from the floor. Thing is, though, the cage went crashing into the Crystal Tower, didn't it? So that's where most of the investigating was going on. Even so, I would have thought something from Scotland Yard would have gathered it up as evidence. Cool, listen to you. You stumble across a bit of balloon and suddenly you're the best investigator in the world.
Pardon?
Well, you ain't got a badge, have you? Like this one. I could arrest you with this if I wanted to.
I wouldn't put it past her.
Come to think of it, there was talk of some scorcher on the ground at a meeting we had about the investigation. The coppers at the yard.
Alright, here we go.
Hold it!
Hold it. There was considerable damage to the stage and surrounding area, wasn't there?
Yeah, some of the covers what were watching the experiment were caught up in the blast and injured. Good job the old contraption didn't keel over, eh?
I hadn't even considered that. It seems there was a great panic after the incident occurred. Nevertheless, the police shouldn't have missed a torn piece of the envelope from a balloon. Inspector Gregson can expect repercussions.
Like me swiping all his fish and chips, eh? The man's sole pleasure. Oh no! None of this matters. That scrap of balloon envelope means nothing. Niente. Stupido ragazzo.
Hold it!
Hold it. What's up, Layla?
How's it going?
You mean the color is wrong?
Si, senor. I do not have any green balloons in my warehouse.
And yet, a piece of green cloth was found at the scene, and it's unmistakably from a balloon.
Well, I do not know how that can be.
For the sake of argument, let's say that a green balloon did explode above the stage. You couldn't therefore conclude that it happened on the day in question.
Why not?
How are you today? I'm doing pretty good, thank you. There have been recreational balloon flights over Hyde Park operating from before the Great Exhibition. One could have exploded on some earlier date. Unfortunate, as I'm sure you'd agree.
You believe it may have been from some earlier balloon accident that predates the exhibition? Si, exactamente. As the signora says, it is not from one of my balloons. Clearly, this little ragazzo from Bohemia is mistaken from what he's...
He's so angry. The little German boy.
Excuse me!
Excuse me. Is something wrong, Master Guts?
Is Master Wilhelm Gotthard Sigmund Ormstein?
It was on the tip of my tongue.
Yeah, something is very wrong. I know what I saw. There was a green balloon there. I swear it. I swear of all over Bohemia.
You, you can speak as much a bad language as you like, but it changes nothing. If you do not have evidence, ragazzo, then I must tell your parents to punish you, eh? Perhaps we'll let the judge decide when it comes to punishments.
Evidence? What is this evidence?
To give a simple example, young man. A photograph, for instance. Some tangible proof of what you claim.
Then why didn't you say so sooner? I have the photograph here.
Good gracious! What?
I has not been up in a balloon for a little while, so I was very excited. I took lots and lots of photographs of the Crystal Tower, of the Bohemian exhibit, of the street of London, of the hot eel cellar, the balloon.
And the instantaneous kinesis experiment? Did you take a picture of that?
Yeah, good picture.
Really? You did take one?
But all I wanted was a ride in the balloon. I was not interested in boring experiments.
Never mind that. Can you show us the photograph? Mixed feelings about this kid? Oh, this kid is great. One of my favorite characters easily. Right up there with Miss Green, honestly. I'm not gapping.
Of course, and then you will see. You will see that I am not lying. I said I really did see a green balloon.
Like, doing his voice is really funny.
Well, I see you all too shocked to speak. Yes, I think shocked is indeed the word, young man.
And he's gonna buy another balloon.
Yeah, perhaps you cannot see that it was a green balloon from this photograph, but that's not my fault. That is the fault of the stupid person who made the camera. Oh my god, his was have umlauts on them. That is so funny. His was have umlauts.
That is one very bohemian sounding cry.
Because the umlauts change the pronunciation. It's not wa, it's ve.
Very well, the court will accept this photograph as evidence. It lagged a little bit there, did you see that? Cries in German. No, little German boy. Oh, little German boy. Okay. Chat. Do you want to know what I think? There's no one in this balloon. There is Mr. Assman. There is Mr. Hairbrain. Fuck is this? You know? Fuck is this? You want to know what I think, chat? Someone clouded by this mist shot the crossbow at this balloon. It shot the crossbow. Oh yeah, that's my theory.
It is not my fault. It's the fault of the person who made the camera.
Well, never mind. I'm sure you have plenty of wonderful sepia memories to take home with you. In any case, when exactly did you take that photograph?
Well, it was on the day of the big explosion.
You don't say.
When I pressed the shutter release, there was this very loud bang.
He's crying.
And the hot wind rushed over my face.
That means this photograph was taken a split second before the explosion occurred.
Well, if you ask me, this black and white photograph changes in nothing. I could not give the flying fig.
Lovely language you picked up. As I thought, Mr. Loon's testimony just doesn't quite add up. That young Bohemian boy claims to have seen another fourth balloon, but Mr. Loon vehemently denies the possibility. And it's hard to imagine the man in charge could be mistaken about the number that were in the air. Still, this inconsistency must tell us something, I'm sure. Oh god, what the fuck am I doing? Let me save right here. Is it really just as simple as presenting the photograph?
Objection.
What do you mean?
That's right, we're gonna cheat? No, not yet. Oh, wait, maybe here, maybe here, maybe here.
Objection.
Yeah, no walkthrough needed, bitches. Unfortunately, the photograph Master Gotts took can't tell us the color of the balloon, but it can tell us something else, something crucially important. What? It shows that the pictured balloon wasn't carrying any passengers. Ah, my goodness, you're right. But surely all the balloons would have been carrying passengers. There would be no sense in it otherwise.
See, they offer pleasure for seeing the view. My balloon,
No, it's getting German.
my balloons only fly with passengers.
Which tells us that the pictured balloon isn't one of them. So when the incident occurred that day, there was a fourth balloon in the skies above the experimentation stage. The mysterious green balloon.
I know nothing, niente. I can only tell you one thing. If this balloon was not carrying passengers, then it was not one of mine.
His hat is bubbling. Look at that shit, dude.
Objection.
There are illegal tradesmen everywhere you care to look. Clearly, one such entrepreneur decided to capitalize on the opportunity presented by the Great Exhibition, and managed to operate balloon flights on Mr. Loon's patch without him realizing.
The competition, trying to steal my profits. I did not notice because of the experimento that went wrong on the stage.
This fourth balloon exploded at the very same moment Mr. Asman was beamed from the stage below.
Right, so them scraps that fell to the ground after and left them scorch marks, they didn't come from the stage at all. It was bits of the balloon raining down. Because no one was in it, it didn't get no attention.
A mysterious fourth balloon carrying no passengers silently floating over the experimentation stage.
Objection!
This photograph shows us nothing more. A stray balloon carrying no one and operated by some rogue trader. Clearly it has nothing to do with the case.
Its relevance does elude me, I must say.
The court has been sufficient evidence and heard ample testimony already. The prosecution calls for this trial to be concluded.
I don't even think they're paying attention. Really? Have we really got to the truth yet? No, I can't let this opportunity slip away. The jurors' minds are made up, and not in our favor. What else can this photograph tell us? Is there nothing more we can learn from it? There's more!
Objection!
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, wait. Please don't give your decisions yet. The photograph from Master Gotts may well be hiding one more vital clue.
What's that?
A vital clue! I've come to suck your blood!
Objection!
Oh my god, look at him.
We're well past the point of mere possibilities. It's time for definitives now, so tell the court. What exactly does this alleged clue in the photograph prove?
We can reasonably assume that the pictured balloon was destroyed in the searing heat of the explosion.
Yeah, that's right, yeah, it was not my fault.
Evidently, because the bird cage from the kinesis machine materialized in the sky where it had been flying. And the balloon being filled with flammable hydrogen instantly and explosively ignited.
No, that's not what happened.
What?
It would appear that this photograph requires closer examination. Counsel for the defense, you will highlight the location of this alleged clue in the photograph for the court. Of course, my lord. If you look closely, it's plain enough to see. And what's shown is linked to another piece of evidence we have, in a way that leads to an unbelievable conclusion. The clue that heavily suggests the real reason the balloon exploded is...
Take that!
Take that. The timing of this photograph can only be described as miraculous. If you look, you'll notice there's a bright white line that appears to point directly at the balloon.
Most likely a ray of light caught incidentally on the film.
I'm afraid I can see nothing of the sort. If you look with a magnifying glass, my lord, it becomes clear what the nature of this bright line really is.
Goodness, what is that?
Undeniably some flash of light, yes.
Oh golly, do you think it might be lightning?
But it couldn't have been a silent day.
I believe we may be looking at fire.
A bolt of fire headed straight for the balloon like an arrow.
Indeed, even to my aging eyes, would appear to be a flame of some sort. My word! Are you suggesting this flame struck the hydrogen gas that filled the balloon?
Objection!
That's absurd. The balloon would have been 60 feet above the ground at the time. No flame could possibly have reached such a height.
Objection!
Objection. Actually, it's my opinion that a particular piece of evidence found at the scene reveals how that is exactly what did happen.
What evidence?
If such evidence exists, counsel, then for goodness sake, present it, man. What evidence explains this mysterious streak of flame that appears to be headed directly for the balloon?
Take that!
Bam, baby. This was found hidden at the foot of a small ornamental tree near the scene. Good lord, is that the crossbow? An arrow dipped in oil and set alight could have been shot from this weapon, sending a flaming arrow straight into the hydrogen-filled balloon.
Are you suggesting that crossbow was used deliberately?
Blimey, you're right. That streak of light in the photo looks just like an arrow, doesn't it?
And then, the explosion of the balloon, it was very likely the result of a flaming arrow from this crossbow igniting the hydrogen gas inside it.
No!
Order, order! Counsel, this is an extraordinary supposition.
If the aim was to cause the balloon to explode, the shooter could have used a gun, of course. However, there's an obvious reason why that would have been out of the question.
The noise of the discharge? Of course.
That's right. By using a crossbow, the projectile could be fired at the balloon silently. Well, yeah, if someone had shot a gun off in the exhibition grounds, it would have caused a real panic. But with the big explosion, there's a very big panic anyway, no? I don't like this. I should be pleased to have found a plausible new explanation for all this, but something feels wrong.
Objection!
Do you understand the implications of what you're saying, my Nipponese friend? If a flaming arrow did indeed hit the balloon, then obviously it would have exploded. And if the birdcage appeared from the cloud of smoke that ensued... Wait a minute, what are you really saying here? I don't get it. What, was the birdcage beamed up into the sky after all? Or what? My goodness me. Now I understand. That's what the sinking feeling is about. Chat, I know what it is. I think there's a good chance that the birdcage was actually concealed inside the balloon all along. What? Did I just hear that correctly, Council? There's no going back now. The horse has bolted. Let's assume, as I said, that the birdcage was hidden inside the green balloon from the start. On stage, when the experiment was started, the birdcage in the instantaneous kinesis machine disappeared in a cloud of smoke. At that moment, the flaming arrow was fired from the ground, causing the green balloon to explode and drawing the attention of spectators to the sky above their heads. From amid that smoke, the hidden birdcage then appeared to fall down and crash into the crystal tower. I think you'll all agree it's entirely plausible that what I've just described is the real truth behind the miraculous experiment carried out that day. Good grief! Yeti does it!
Objection!
This is ludicrous! What you've described is no science experiment. It's child's play, a contemptible display of stage magic. Both Mr. Sholmes and Iris said that the experiment was a scientific impossibility. In which case, this is the only way to explain what happened that day. In any case, the victim's body was found inside the birdcage in the Crystal Tower. If the instantaneous kinesis machine didn't take place, how do you explain that? If I may put in the word as a man of magic myself, such apparent discrepancies can easily be explained by such simple deception. Juror number 3. All that would be needed is a doppelganger, someone who looked very similar to the victim, Mr. Asman, and having this other man appear on stage to front the show as a body double. Yes, of course. So in fact, dude, the hat! The double had a hat and the real one didn't. Mr. Asman must have been inside the birdcage that was concealed inside the balloon right from the start.
Objection!
That balloon would have been filled with hydrogen. Anything hidden inside it would have been scattered to the four winds when it exploded. No one would ever have embarked on such a risky venture.
Not necessarily. The explosive force of the balloon gas would very much depend on the mixture ratio.
Juror number 4.
Flying balloons are rarely filled with pure hydrogen, but a mixture of other gases such as helium as well. Helium on its own doesn't explode, but by controlling the gas mixture ratio, the explosive force can be altered.
The mixture ratio?
Obviously, the victim's body would have suffered some burns. That would be unavoidable. But not to such an extent as to render this whole obscene charade impossible.
What luck that we have a magician and a scientist in the jury. Goddamn. So everything that happened can be explained, logically and scientifically. The explosion that engulfed the stage at the start of the experiment was no accident. It was all part of an elaborate deception to make it appear that instantaneous kinesis had occurred. Well, goodness me. And if we accept that this is what happened, it means that the victim, Mr. Asman, was never present on the public experimentation stage to begin with. In short, he couldn't have been killed by the defendant, who was on stage in full view the entire time.
Ah! This will be very hard for the prosecution to counter. Lord Van Zieks can't credibly maintain that Professor Harebrain is a suspect now. This is Harebrain. He's pissed. He's pissed at me.
Mr. Naruhodo, I appreciate your efforts. Thank you.
Professor?
But you can stop now. Just keep your mouth shut, please.
Sorry?
What's all this about, Mr. Harebrain?
You've been found out, brother. You've been found out. Albert Harebrain, hereby confess that it was me who stabbed Mr. Odiasmin. Yes, it was me, with my faithful friend and partner, Andrew the Screwdriver. What are you doing? He's going this far to defend his scheme. Order! Defendant, explain this sudden confession. Objection. Professor Harebrain, what are you talking about?
It's what I've said all along. I must protect my hypothesis and my precious machine. You stand there and claim it was all a trick, all an elaborate prank, but where's your proof? No, you'd have to examine the machine if you wanted to prove it, but then it would all be over. My beautiful hypothesis would be laid bare. I mean, the indignity of it.
It's clear that you drew the plans for the experiment, but you didn't actually build it. It's quite conceivable that you were duped, Professor. If you'll just let me, I can prove Barak!
Yes?
I'll cooperate. I'll do whatever you say. I swear it. So please, ensure the special dispensation for scientific equipment Act is adhered to and protect my creation.
Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice at this critical juncture. Here's to my learned Nipponese friend.
What?
And his upcoming attempt to clarify the defense's position in light of the accused's confession. Do you intend to formally assert that the experiment was nothing more than a conjuring trick? Because the moment you do, the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act that protects the processor's invention will cease to apply. The prosecution will then demand a rigorous examination of the machinery involved in order to establish the truth. However, if you acknowledge that the machine is genuine and instrumental in the victim's murder, any chance of investigating will be crushed and the confidentiality of the professor's hypothesis preserved.
This is a hard one. I dig Van. Me too! Barak Van Zieks is like literally my low-key favorite character. High-key, actually. Well, counsel, what is the defense's official position on this matter? What Professor Harebrain, my client, actually asked of me was to prove that the explosion on stage was an accident and protect the secrecy of his hypothesis. But there's no way to do that without implying the professor's guilt. Do I protect my client's life by asserting his innocence? Or do I uphold my client's request but see him condemned? Either way, I can't avoid betraying his trust.
You've been silent long enough. Isn't talking your trade, my learned friend?
Talking is my trade.
or has all knowledge of English escaped your confused Nipponese mind?
Oof. Mr. Naruhodo! There's no escape here. I have to make a choice, but it's an impossible one. I have to give up on something, but what? The defense asserts that the defendant's instantaneous kinesis machine was in fact... I don't know, chat. Okay, here's my thinking. I could look at the walkthrough for this to see what I'm supposed to do. But honestly, fuck that. It's way more fun if I don't. And honestly, I'm gonna go with my gut. It's like Matt on guard. I'm gonna go with my gut. It's a trick. I have to go for the truth here. Okay, also, I think that there is a chance that it doesn't matter either way. Chat, I think there's a chance that no matter what I picked there, it would have been the same thing, actually. Low key. I can't say it. My client placed his faith in me. I can't just let him down. What must I give up on? It's not the question you have to ask yourself here. It's what can I protect? Amen. Hello, Mario. Hello again, Mr. Naruhodo. It's been far too long. Susanoo-san! What are you... Oh, and she beat the shit out of me. You know what? Fair enough. My first Susanoo takedown in 6 months. There'll be time to talk later, Mr. Naruhodo. For now, we must concentrate at the task at hand. Which is working out not what I have to give up on, but what I can protect. Alright, sorry. Dude, Von Zeeks is like, did she just throw you in the courtroom? Kind of a girl boss. Professor Hairbrain.
Yeah, yes.
Yesterday you told me that science is the pursuit of truth. Well, my job is to pursue the truth too.
Yes, of course.
And personally, I believe that you didn't stab Mr. Asman. I think you've come to realize something yourself too, haven't you? That your experiment and the machine you built with the victim are questionable. The truth behind that is what we must both pursue now.
Ah!
So, you finally opened your eyes.
What?
And as for you, Albert, you can't ignore this any longer. Having heard my learned friend's assertion, don't you have something to say?
Barak! Lord Van Zeeks. Gosh, I've never heard him speak that way before. In truth, there is one thing. Something I've remembered that's of relevance. What? Kissing him on the lips. The lips! On the day it happened, just before I began the experiment, I saw a man near the stage. A man holding that crossbow. I beg your pardon? Professor, did the man have any distinguishing features? What did he look like?
Tall. Taller than me, and thinner than me. With straight hair. Straighter and whiter than mine.
So he's straighter than you, huh? Sorry.
Let me see. One less lens than me, too. A monocle. Or a rather stylish black monocle. But one thing in particular will help to positively identify the man. You see, I know him very well. After all, he's the engineer who built my invention.
Sephiroth? What?
He built the machine. That's right. Mr. Asman introduced him to me a year ago. He's a man by the name of Enoch Drebber.
Enoch Drebber? Does this name mean something? Members of the jury seem flustered.
Not a name any scientist wishes to hear. The man's an abomination.
Not a name any conjurer wishes to hear either. Who on earth is he?
I'm afraid this isn't the first tale of this nature that I've heard in scientific circles in connection with that name. There's talk of other flamboyant experiments that turn out to be nothing but stage trickery in the end. Obviously, the rascal is after the government's research grant money.
When magicians are in need of money, they have heard of them resorting to these underhanded tactics. Some acquaintances of mine with expedients of such things have mentioned Enoch Drebber's name before.
The man is both an engineer and a magician. Yes, we're dealing with an unparalleled confidence trickster here. That's Enoch Drebber for you.
He could still be Sephiroth. I'm just saying. Oh shit, dude. He could still be Sephiroth. Dreberoth.
So it's true then. My invention, my great machine, it was just a grand illusion?
Considering what we've just heard about Mr. Dreber's character, I'm sorry to say that sounds increasingly likely.
Even though no one else believed it, I wanted to. I wanted to believe that machine would function exactly as my hypothesis predicted.
Which is why you were so opposed to it being investigated, I presume?
I knew that if the machine was examined in detail, its construction would give away my hypothesis. Obviously, I didn't want that to happen. But at the same time, I knew that if it was found to be nothing more than a trick, than a work of deception, then everything I'd worked towards, all my research, all my dreams, my whole life would be over. I was terrified at the prospect.
So you really had no idea then, did you? About the true nature of the machine that was built, and the true nature of Mr. Dreber.
I never questioned anything. I didn't want to question it.
It's entirely possible that Mr. Assman and Mr. Dreber were working together to use you as a means of fraudulently acquiring the research grant money. The voices are still saying thank you.
When I announced my invention to the crowds that day, it was the finest moment of my career. I pulled all the levers and turned all the dials in exactly the way Dreber had described. When the smoke suddenly started billowing out, I panicked. I didn't know what was happening.
Were you here for his Mr. McGilded voice? It's my personal favorite. Oh, it was good.
Oh, I don't know, me laddies. I liked the Mr. McGilded voice. I quite am fond of it too.
But I really don't know how the whole illusion was made to work. I don't know anything anymore.
Oh yes, I think. I heard it.
Let me confirm one final point with you, Professor. Do you now consent to the prosecution submitting the necessary paperwork to release your invention from the protective afforded by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act?
I really wish they would have abbreviated that act somehow.
Yes, please go ahead.
I'm very sorry. Damn, shoddy.
It would appear that we shall have to suspend proceedings for the remainder of the day now. Lord Van Zeeks,
My lord.
the court has newly been made aware of another party whose involvement in this matter is critical.
Yes, Mr. Dreber.
Gather information about the man. If possible, I should like him served with a subpoena.
I will subpoena him with my subpoenas. With pleasure, my lord.
Now, counsel for the defense.
Yes, my lord.
When we reconvene, I shall be looking for one thing and one thing alone from you. Evidence that the defendant is innocent of the crime for which he presently stands accused.
I understand.
Good. In that case, this court is adjourned until tomorrow morning.
All right, we got our first court battle. Susanoo is back. Susato-san. All right. Let's do it. The Old Bailey.
Yeah. I'm even more of a virgin than I thought, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes.
I'm
I'm a goofy goober. Rock. I'm so sorry. Sorry, he didn't say that. He didn't say that.
I was wrong. You were right. I tricked you. You trusted me. I dragged you into my mess.
When given the opportunity, Rister will make a penis joke without fail. Hey, man.
Oh, how did it ever come to this? I'm so sorry.
Did you really have no idea, Professor? About what Mr. Dreber was really up to, I mean? About what he was really constructing?
Naturally. That machine was the embodiment of my hypothesis, of all my hopes and dreams. I had complete faith in it.
All right, in that case, I won't say any more. Now, sadly, the murder accusation against you still stands, so we must do as much investigation as we can before the trial resumes tomorrow.
Well, thank you for doing so much for me.
No problem.
Susanna-san!
I'm so sorry for arriving late this morning, Miss Nadahoda. Arriving late?
Didn't you receive my postcard? I wanted to let you know when I'd arrive.
Postcard? What postcard?
I hid it from you, Runo, so it would be a surprise.
Christ is redeemed to check the M's? Okay. Is that Barack Von Zeeks in a maid outfit? Dude, new profile picture?
Well, did it work?
I was surprised, all right, especially when she threw me to the ground.
Oh dear, I'm so sorry.
I was just so happy to see you again that it sort of slipped out. Maybe we could stick to more traditional displays of emotion in future? Like a kiss? Anyways.
Susie's train was late into London Victoria this morning, you see. But we made the coachman really whip the horses hard, so she didn't miss the whole trial. I was watching from the gallery for a while, but in the end, I'm afraid I couldn't contain myself.
Well, I'm glad you didn't.
Oh,
Having you at my side in court gives me the strength I need to win. So, I'm, delighted to see you back in London.
oh, you're too kind, Miss Nadahoda. I'm delighted to be here. I hope I can continue to be of service to you.
Of course, so what's brought you back? Did Professor Mikotoba not protest?
Let's save all that conversation for when we're back at home, shall we?
All right, bam.
You know, I've made one of my most special blends ever for this special occasion. Oh, Iris, how wonderful. I can't wait.
Dude, I'm sorry. Susanna-san was back in London. It's hard to describe how happy that made me feel at the time, but despite my elation, our tale was about to take yet another extraordinary turn. Yet another? There's been too many extraordinary turns, man. There's been too many extraordinary turns, bro. I'm crying. Ooh, back on Sholmes. 23rd October, baby. Nodahoda's legal consultancy.
Oh, this room, it's been too long. It hasn't changed in the slightest, though. And it's been some 6 months, hasn't it? That's a long time for things to stay so familiar. I didn't know when you might return, and I wanted everything to be as you'd left it. But it has been some 6 months, it's true. So is your father all right, Susie? What happened? He was lying. He was lying. My father? Yes, Professor Mikotoba. I mean, it was half a year ago, but that's why you went back to Japan. Because of the telegram you received saying he'd fallen ill with a very high fever for some unknown reason. That's right. So I was surprised to learn you'd be coming back so soon. Surprised but happy.
Is she gonna say it? Because I know from playing as her that her dad was lying about it, but
I think I wrote about it in my letter to you. That it was all a trick.
ooh. It's my PFE now, you're welcome. Thank you.
My father is in fine health, and I'm obviously very relieved about that.
Well, we're all delighted to have you back.
It was quite by accident that I've been able to return to Europe, actually. It's because of a very grand conference called the International Forensic Science Symposium.
The International Forensic, that's the same symposium Lord Strongheart mentioned.
Anyway, I've arrived safe and sound, and all that matters is that I'm here now. After all, I haven't yet fulfilled my promise to you, Iris. Oh.
You must tell us everything that happened while you were back in Japan.
Yes, of course, I shall.
And there's one other thing. Something you wrote in your letter that particularly grabbed my attention. About you-know-who.
About Kazuma. I know. I'll tell you all that I can.
Tell me about Oh, God! Oh! Oh man, we're gonna be talking with her for a while. When I first arrived back in Japan, I really thought I'd never be allowed to return to Britain. But curiously, after that awful trial at the Supreme Court, Father's mood changed entirely. The awful trial? Oh yes, for the murder of Josiah Brett. Oh, you dressed as a man then, didn't you, Susie? She did, I was there for it, it was awesome. Well, yes, since women are forbidden in the courtroom, I had no choice. Wow, amazing. I wish I'd seen it. Don't you, Runo? Yes, I suppose so. I want to play being a lawyer now. I would wear a false mustache, maybe. I don't think any mustache could hide the fact that you're just 10 years old, Iris. She looked so hurt. She was like... There's something else I've been wanting to ask you, Mr. Sato. It's about the real reason why Professor Mikotoba summoned you back to Japan. You said in your letter it was something to do with that convict's loot we found in Mr. Natsume's lodgings. That's right. The very large dog collar we found with the bee emblem on it. It seems Mr. Natsume included a drawing of the collar in the report he submitted about his time in Britain. I understand that when Father saw the report, he turned as white as a sheet. Why would that be then? Father came to Britain himself, of course, to study. It was some time ago now, but he stayed for 6 years. I can only imagine that something must have happened during that time. But if he refuses to tell me what it was, then I intend to find the answers for myself. And I've decided that I, for one, won't keep any more secrets. Oh, Susie. That's a very meaningful look Susato-san's giving Iris there. Forensic Science Symposium. Lord Strongheart mentioned something about that symposium too. I think he said that investigative authorities from 40 different countries would attend. Yes, and from Japan, my father and Judge Jijoku have been invited. It's something of an honor, I believe. Well, Professor Mikotoba is the leading expert in forensic medicine in our country after all. Layla redeemed a hydrate. I'm gonna use my soda if that's okay. Finish it off. But who's the other person you mentioned? A judge, did you say? Yes, His Excellency, Judge Seshiro Jigoku. You've met him, Miss Nodohodo, last year in the Supreme Court. You can't possibly have forgotten. Oh, that judge is coming to England, is he? That terrible trial over us when you were accused of murder. Ah, yes, I try to think of that as a positive turning point in my life these days. Well, it was Judge Jijoku who presided over that trial. Okay. If I'm perfectly honest, I'd be happy never to see that man's face again in my life. Oh, well, anyway, as Father was invited to the symposium, he agreed to me returning to Britain too. He won't actually arrive until next month, but, well, I couldn't wait. So I pleaded with him, and in the end, he agreed to me going on ahead. Yes, about the symposium. It seems as though Lord Strongheart has put in an awful lot of work to make it happen. It's obviously very important. I believe it is, yes. As I understand it, Lord Strongheart organized the entire event himself. I think he's hoping that by our achieving exceptional results, he'll get the job of Attorney General. The most senior position in the British justice system. He's hoping to use his power to create the world's finest policing institution. That's what Father said anyway. Apparently, it's Lord Strongheart's lifelong ambition. Does Professor Mikotoba know Lord Strongheart personally then, I wonder? Actually, Lord Strongheart gave me a long speech all about this very subject only yesterday. But I sort of lost the will to live early on and didn't listen to much of it. Lost the will to live. How trying for you. Wow, Giselle Brett. That bitch. Giselle Brett. The woman whose unforgivable actions ended in me being wrongly accused of a crime I didn't commit. The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson, Iris's dad! Yes, Giselle Brett. That's a name I won't forget for as long as I live. The extraordinary thing is, though, it seems it's a name we should all forget. Sorry? Since the incident, our government's intelligence services have been investigating Miss Brett. But it turns out that an Englishwoman by the name of Giselle Brett didn't actually exist. Is she a spy? Was? Sorry, was. She's dead now. Didn't exist, but how can that be? It was a pseudonym. Her real name was Shin, and she wasn't a visiting student either. That was a front. A front? Who on earth was she then? Miss A. Shin.
Assassin? Assassin!
Assassin! Assassin. She was an assassin. No fucking way. Her name is literally all our intelligence services have been able to ascertain about her. Nobody knows why or even how she came to be in Japan. It's a complete mystery. But that makes no sense. It's no easy task to be accepted as a foreign student anywhere. What could the woman have been up to? I'm afraid I really don't know. The only thing we can be sure of is that she had some business in our country that we don't yet understand.
She was assassinating Wilson?
Bruh! What did Iris's dad do to be assassinated? And now she's been killed, while all the questions surrounding her existence remain unanswered. I'm afraid so. A. Shin. Who on earth was she? And why do I feel as though I've heard that name before somewhere? Oh, it was in the telegram at the very end of the last game. Do you remember the telegram? That was like secret government secrets. It had a few names in it. It had Kazuma's name. It had Gregson's name. It had A. Shin in it too. Oh my god. Bruh! Oh, the pieces, bro. The pieces are coming together. The pieces. After my friend Ray's trial. Yeah, you want to bring her along with you next time? The reporter who actually killed Miss Brett said something very strange. This motherfucker. Well, I don't even remember his voice. Oh, God.
I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. In that visiting student's fate. Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know the guy never made it to England, that he died on the steamship, and that he'll never...
Obviously, I couldn't ask him to elaborate at the time. But later, I visited the man in his prison cell and asked him what he was going to say about Kazuma-sama. And what did you learn? After he died on the voyage to Great Britain, his body should have been unladen at the port of Hong Kong and passed into the care of the consulate staff there. Should have been? Well, it turns out that his body never arrived. It just disappeared.
Am I crazy? Am I crazy?
Am I crazy? He has to be alive. What? Kazuma's body vanished? Our government tried to cover the fact up, it seems. They erected a grave on the cliffs by our hometown. Except, Kazuma-sama isn't there. Did Professor Mikotoba know about this? Yes, it would seem that he did. But he didn't tell me. They're still investigating what happened to Kazuma-sama's body as we speak.
I know where it is. I know where it is. I think I might be crazy, but something about it just makes a lot of sense, doesn't it?
I just don't believe it. And what is this acute feeling of apprehension I have all of a sudden? Thinking back now, some of the things that happened on the SS Buria were definitely strange. I mean, after he died, we never saw his body again, did we? Oh my god, he has to be alive. Could it be that he's actually still alive? Stop it, Miss Naruhodo. It's too much to bear. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Just thinking about the possibility pains me so very much. Cast your mind back for a moment, Miss Naruhodo. When Kazuma-sama was discovered, Mr. Sholmes was there, wasn't he? And he definitely examined the body. I remember it clearly. You're right.
Well, what if Sholmes is lying?
So if Kazuma hadn't actually been dead after all, it would mean that Mr. Sholmes had lied to us. But there's no reason why he would possibly have done such a thing. I suppose that's true, yes. Oh my god, chat. What is the name of this chapter? Do you guys remember? Do you guys remember the name of this chapter? Do you guys remember it? Because I do. I made a thumbnail with the title card of this chapter in it. The name of the chapter is The Return of the Great Departed Soul. He's fucking alive. He has to be. The idea that he might still be alive somewhere. It wants to fill me with hope, but I can't let it. Because if it turns out not to be true, then I'd be back at the bottom of that awful pit of despair again. I'm terrified of what that might do to me. Oh, Miss Sasato. I'm not gonna say it to Sasato, but I'll say it to y'all. I know she's given the idea the thought it deserves, if Sasato-san we're talking about after all. So I probably shouldn't push it now. Holy shit. Dude, oh my god. Well, what do you think about, can I examine, where's Iris? Iris. Chat. She's just a little guy. She's just a little guy. How's it going? It must be about a year ago now. I wrote a really long story based on some of my father's old notes. It's about one of Hurley's greatest exploits. I call it The Hound of the Baskervilles. No. Nope. That was the name of the final chapter of the first game, and it was, oh god. It's coming back. Everything is linking together. The puzzle pieces are fitting. But then Mr. Sholmes forbade you from publishing it and put the manuscript somewhere nobody could get their hands on it. Windibanks, except Windibank is dead, so where is it now? So nobody knows anything about it apart from Hurley and I. But for some reason, you knew the title of it, didn't you, Susie? Yeah. The Hound of the Baskervilles. I should love to read it. Oh my god, it's all connected! Why is it all connected? And you wouldn't tell me how you'd come to know it. Yes, but I made you a promise that I would explain one day, didn't I? I think it's time. Oh. I am the Hound of the Baskervilles. I'm only sorry that I've had to keep it from you for so long, Iris. What is this theme? The Hound of the Baskervilles. It was completely by accident that I came to know the title of your manuscript, Iris. It was a short while before we left Japan. I was cleaning Father's study and I saw something on his writing desk. A large box of papers. There was a label affixed to the box that was written in English. It read, The Hound of the Baskervilles. Your dad has it? What? My Baskerville story? Of course, I had no idea what it was at the time, but Father came in and...
Susato!
Oh god, what was his voice?
Pressure Mikotoba. Susato, what are you doing?
Oh, Father.
Did you look at those papers?
No, I simply read the label, that's all.
Well, put it out of your mind.
Sorry?
Forget that you ever saw it, and certainly don't tell anyone else about this. Do you understand?
Why do people keep secrets? Why are they keeping secrets? But what was Iris's manuscript doing in Japan? I have no idea. But when I heard Iris mention the word Baskerville that day, the title just slipped out. I would never have guessed that it was an unpublished account of one of Mr. Sholmes' exploits. When I returned to Japan, I asked Father to explain, but he refused to answer any of my questions, and there was no sign of the big box in his office. Iris is shocked. That's really all I know about it. I have no doubt that Father has a very good reason for being so secretive about it, but still. I made up my mind to explain myself to both of you. ... Well, thank you for being so honest, Susie. What is it doing in Japan? This is... So, Ms. Naruhodo, I'm ready to start investigating if you are. I've committed every detail about the case to memory. And Iris has told me about the disturbing happenings at the Waxwork Museum as well.
I love this game's investigation music. It's so good. I need to have it in my playlist. So you're fully abreast of the situation already. Oh, whoa. Mrs. Sato, I'd expect nothing less, to be honest. I would think our first port of call should be to investigate this Mr. Drebber, the engineer responsible for building the elaborate machine that was used to effect this extraordinary trick. A conjurer of sorts by the sound of it, well known in the fields of science and magic. Then we need to go and arrest him. Well, yes. He must know the truth behind this case, so I agree we really do need to find the man. It sounds like it's a case of tracking someone down. Which is a job for the police, or a great detective. Are we supposed to guess who she might be thinking of? We don't have much time, so we need to get started straight away, I think. Good idea. Well, best of luck then. Oh, you're not coming today? I'm going to Brixton Road shortly for the herb market. But let me know later how you got on, won't you? I gotta go, midnight here now. All right, Layla, have a great night. Thank you for coming out. Have a good night's sleep. That was a little abrupt. The pull of the herb market must be strong. It's just me and Susato, all right? And I'm okay with that. A new location has been added. We'll go down to Sholmes' suite. Oh, wait, he's actually here? Sholmes' suite. Nope, he's not here. Unless he is. Oh, look, his machine is back. No herbs. No herbs. Lord Chief Justice's office. Oh, I can't go to Von Zeeks' place. Oh, he's at Madame Tuspel's. This is where he is. Madame Tuspel's. Oh my, no wonder it's called the House of Horrors. I'd like to turn on my heels and go straight home via the confectionery. Being scared makes you crave sweets. I can understand that. I was looking forward to a reunion after 6 months away, but there's no sign of Mr. Sholmes anywhere. That's strange. He should be here investigating the abduction of the waxwork. Oh well, I suppose we'll just have to come back again later. Unless he is here after all. No, really not. A stepladder. Ah, there's a stepladder there, look. Oh, yes, a stepladder. I think perhaps we should let the proprietress know that someone's left it out. The stepladder, I mean. Is something wrong? Why do I feel as though I just managed to sidestep an argument? Wait, you know what I do want to examine? What is Susato's thoughts on Jane the Ripper? What are your thoughts on Jane the Ripper? Cause she a baddie, isn't she? Oh, what a horrifying scene. A murderer caught in the grisly act. I know, and in case you were wondering, it's the one with the big knife that's supposed to be the killer. I don't think anybody would be in any doubt about that, surely. And did you know that according to the description, the bathtub at the back has no particular significance? What? Really? I would have thought it was meant to show that the killer also worked in the bathhouse peddling criminal wares. Aha! We have a new theory! That's so great. Is there anything behind here? Ah yes, the heavy curtains in the middle of the House of Horrors. Whatever's on the other side of them, you just know it's going to be terrifying, don't you? The sign says it's the Madame Tuspel's special exhibit. It seems you have to pay extra to go inside. I know, can you believe that? Pay more money, as if we haven't been scared enough already. It's not my doing, Miss Naruhodo. Okay, we can't look in there. Well, let's go to prison. I love prison. Dear God. What's he doing? He's... Oh my! The whole wall of the cell is covered in mathematical equations. And he's still writing more now. Professor, sorry to interrupt. Miss Naruhodo. And who is this young lady? My name is Susato Mikotoba. I'm Miss Naruhodo's judicial assistant. It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor.
Well, if only I'd met a refined young woman like you sooner.
Whoa, none of this would have happened. No, that's not logical. That makes no sense at all.
Oh dear, I'm sorry if my presence here upsets you. He hates women. I owe you an apology too, Professor. No, he doesn't hate women. I think he's just lonely. I didn't manage to deliver what I promised you I would in court this morning.
Oh no, 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 no. The whole thing, the whole miserable affair, it all happened because I've been such a complete and utter clot.
Professor Harebrain, what have you been working on in your cell?
Yeah, yeah, you mean that?
Oh dear, how embarrassing.
I was suddenly struck by an idea, you see, and I simply had to write it down. The wall was all I had to hand.
Oh, is it some new hypothesis? Something to surpass super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, maybe?
No, actually, this is my autobiography.
Your autobiography?
How was I diddled and fiddled by Albert Harebrain?
Chat, that is gonna be the name of my autobiography. How I was diddled and fiddled.
I found I can represent my odd fortunes with only odd numbers and an ambitious set of simultaneous equations.
Really?
I'm going to have to pay back all the loans I took for the Kinesis machine, you see? So it's gonna be a new serial publication from next month. Part 1, an odd birth and odd upbringing.
You can't beat the man's optimism, that's for sure. I see. Well, for now, would you mind if we talked a little more about the case?
Oh, yes, of course. I've been working through the numbers. I was diddled, I was fiddled by the pair of them. By Asman, and by that aloof engineer Dripper.
We're not gonna have to sit through an explanation of all these equations, are we? I'm gonna lose the will to live again. This morning's trial.
Everything I believed in has been turned on its head. My research, Mr. Asman, the Kinesis machine, my hypothesis even.
I'm sorry it's come to this. There was really no other way.
No, it's not your fault. I wanted to protect my work, but in the end, there was nothing worth protecting. It was never my intention to deceive anyone. I didn't want to trick the public.
No, of course you didn't.
But in court this morning, I realized something.
Oh?
If you've done something wrong without knowing it, you've still done something wrong. Logically, it makes no difference if you were aware of it or not. Ignorance is a poor excuse. The blame still lies with me.
Oh, Professor.
He believed in me this morning, you know? Barak did. He believed in my hypothesis.
Well, I think that was just a necessary factor in the prosecution establishing its case.
No, Barak wouldn't do something like that. I'm sure he genuinely believed it.
Did he?
I think I understand now. Why was it he decided to take on the prosecution in my trial, I mean?
Okay.
Von Zeeks. After the terrible accident happened, nobody would believe in my hypothesis anymore. Not the police, not the prosecution service, not any lawyers even.
I feel like I dealt some kind of finishing blow there.
So if any other prosecutor had taken on the case, if it was anyone other than Barak, I'm sure the prosecution would have declared my hypothesis a complete and utter nonsense.
And in that case, you would have been declared a fraud yourself, Professor.
Exactly, which would have been a fate worse than death for me. But Barak insisted that I was a proper man of science from start to finish.
You think that's why he...
I know him very well indeed. He's an extremely kind-hearted soul.
But that extremely kind-hearted soul spent all morning trying to paint you as a murderer, didn't he?
Well, admittedly, that part of the analysis appears to have some flaws in it.
And what about the whole Reaper side of things? How does that fit in with the kind-hearted soul idea? Mr. Asman.
Do you think he set out to trick me from the very start?
I'm sorry to say, that does seem likely, yes.
When I first met him, he introduced himself as a wealthy financier. He looked over the paper I'd written and said my work would benefit all humanity and must be pursued. He was so enthused, he was so empathetic.
But in reality, he was the mastermind of some vast criminal network, it seems.
I still can't believe it.
As the machine was essentially a set decoration for some stage magic. It probably didn't require a large amount of investment, actually. By the scale of it, it wasn't just some small trick. It was a very elaborate feat of deception.
Oh, young scientists are full of hope about their budgeting ideas, full of zeal. But none of us have any money. We want to do research, but we can't afford it.
I love my friend. He's so sweet. He wants you to be arrested for murder. He's so nice. That's literally me.
Many of us take on barely legal part-time work to try to earn just a few measly pennies to carry on. To go through all of that, only to be taken for a complete fool. It's too rotten to believe.
It is, I agree. And that's why we have to find those responsible and bring them to justice. Mr. Asman is no more, of course, which leaves us only the engineer. Mr. Enoch Drebber. Is he an engineer or a magician or a swindler?
It was about a year ago Mr. Asman first brought Drebber to meet me in my laboratory. Since then, I've met him many times to discuss details about the Kinesis machine.
But at no point did you have any inkling that he was just an illusionist?
Oh, he definitely wasn't just an illusionist.
What do you mean?
He was a wealth of deep scientific knowledge. There's no question that the man's a genuine scientist. It's instantly apparent in conversation.
I see.
But the wretched man deceived you, Professor. It's unforgivable. We must do everything we can to find him and bring him to justice. There are no more clues you can give us as to his whereabouts? I'm sorry, we only ever discussed the Kinesis machine, nothing else. Although, just once, I did visit his workshop.
What workshop?
Drebber's enormous fabrication laboratory, where he constructed my great machine.
Why didn't you mention this before? Enoch Drebber's workshop? There's every chance we might find the man there. So you've been to Drebber's place of work then?
Yes, just once, you understand. It was an enormous place. Plenty of room to construct the Kinesis machine, you see.
Where can we find it? We have to go there at once. There's a good chance we'll find Drebber there.
Well, yes, definitely. I'm sure. As in, I'm sure you're not gonna want to hear this. But I have absolutely no idea where the workshop is at all.
I'm so sorry. I was more than half expecting that.
You see, I was blindfolded in the carriage the entire way there.
He blindfolded you? He wasn't taking any chances then.
The place was incredible, the pinnacle of modern engineering. Even the oil he used was the very best, a special French machine oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. Ah, the indescribable scent of that imported oil. Perfumers across the world should forget their secret formula and use that instead.
What do you think, Mr. Sato? Du machine for your next birthday? I've never used any kind of perfume, Miss Nodohodo, and I'm not sure I'd like to start with that. I don't suppose you know even part of the workshop's address, Professor? You don't have a business card for Mr. Drebber, for example? The man was clearly very cautious, Mr. Zato. I'm sure he would never have...
Yes, I do! He gave me his business card once! It's right here, look!
What? Let me see that. Throw etiquette to the wind, why don't you? Enoch Drebber, engineer. I'm afraid that's all it says. There's no address. No. Oh well, I can't say I'm surprised. Still, this could be useful. What's with the symbols, huh? Whoa. This dark smudge here. I think perhaps it's machine oil. Yes, possibly. Professor Harebrained mentioned something about the oil Mr. Drebber uses, didn't he? He said it was specially imported, very high quality oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. Yes, that's right. But more importantly, that it's more fragrant than the finest perfume. So, excuse me for a moment. Oh, it doesn't appear to have any scent at all. Don't worry, I expect that's just because there's such a tiny amount on here. Oh man, alright, well, we'll get out of here then. That was crucial evidence. Maybe we'll go to the Lord Chief Justice's office? I don't see why we would, but... Oh, there is a great reason why we would. Who's this? Oh, who's that standing beside Lord Strongheart? I wonder. I've never seen her before. Oh shit. Mommy?
Ah, the young champion of the court. You had some success this morning, I understand. And you've thrown the entire government into disarray as a result.
Oh, I seem to be good at that. You mean because of Professor Harebrain's experiment?
Sham science being demonstrated at London's great exhibition. The country's been made to look foolish, and now politicians are scrambling to respond. Lord Van Zeeks is in Whitehall as we speak, giving an emergency briefing.
Oh dear, I didn't mean to cause any trouble.
None of this is your responsibility. The government is entirely to blame for having been taken in. The special dispensation that prevents investigation at the scene will be annulled later today. Once that happens, my forensic investigation team will move in and deal with that scrap metal in no time.
It's scrap metal now, is it?
Until later then, Lord Strongheart.
Oh my god, look at her thing! That's the same thing that Barak von Zeeks has on his lapel.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, she does look like mommy, actually. Oh, just saying. Who was that?
None of your business. That was
Oh, the coroner!
Dr. Courtney Scythe, Scotland Yard's esteemed chief coroner. She's leading the forensic investigation team's handling of the case. She was just delivering her report about the victim, in fact.
Oh, I see. About Mr. Assman.
Following the outcome of the trial earlier, I asked the coroner's office to reevaluate its findings. I don't have time to tell you what she concluded. If you want to know, you'll have to ask her directly. You can find her in the forensics laboratory.
Right.
Now, what were you here to see me about? I can give you 7 minutes and 39 seconds of my time.
So he's not running quite so spectacularly late anymore. I'll converse with him, why not? What exactly is the forensic investigation team that you mentioned before?
The British Empire's police force must become the most exemplary in the world. For that to happen, it's imperative that we embrace forensic science and everything it has to offer. I first created the forensic investigation team a year ago now, unofficially of course, to pave the way.
Goodness, a year ago.
At next month's symposium, I intend to present the results of their work to the world. Once I do that, the House of Lords will be powerless to oppose the creation of a full-scale forensics division. And once that happens, the position of Attorney General will be mine, and criminals will suffer dearly.
What do you mean?
For too long, those scoundrels have made a mockery of our legal system with false evidence and bribes. But London's scum is about to be rounded up and burnt in the fires of hell. I intend to see to it personally. By creating the finest police force the world has ever known to protect our honor and our future.
Look at those eyes. He means every word.
Dr. Scythe is an extremely reliable coroner. When I officially establish the forensics division at Scotland Yard, she will run it as my right-hand woman.
How progressive of him.
Now then, speaking of the symposium, Miss Miko Toba.
Oh, yes, my lord.
Your father should be on the high seas as we speak, making his way here to represent the Empire of Japan.
Yes, that's right. I understand he will arrive at the beginning of next month. Are you acquainted, Lord Strongheart? With Professor Mikotoba, I mean.
It was many years ago now, but yes, I remember Dr. Mikotoba very well.
Ah. Dr. Mikotoba.
If my memory serves, it was some 15 years ago now that your father came to Britain as a visiting student.
It was the year I was born. So yes, 16 years ago, in fact.
Mikotoba was a young practitioner of forensic science, and Jigoku accompanied him as a young, promising judge. The punctiliousness and politeness of the Japanese at the time impressed us greatly. Not that I wish to imply impoliteness or carelessness on your part in any way.
I didn't think that you were.
Dr. Mikotoba studied forensics at one of London's large hospitals. St. Sinners, if I'm not mistaken. Dr. Scythe was also there then, as it happens.
Then Dr. Scythe knows my father, does she?
She was a young medical assistant at the time, so I doubt their paths crossed regularly. But I've no doubt they knew each other superficially. After all, Dr. Mikotoba was here studying his subject for some 6 years in total.
6 years? That's a long time to be studying abroad, isn't it? I lived with my grandmother in those years. So he left his newly born daughter behind and went overseas for 6 whole years. It was a rather turbulent time at home. Oh. Perhaps father wanted a reason to get away. What do you mean? Why? Ta-ta-ta. Well, clearly something was going on at the time. Lord Van Zieks. I wanted to ask you about Lord Van Zieks, actually. I heard that his older brother was killed some years ago by a mass murderer known as the Professor, who targeted nobles and royalty. Is that right?
You Japanese are a thorough lot. You've done your research well. Yes. And you could say it was that very incident that gave rise to the Reaper.
What? Why?
When his brother, Clint Van Zieks, was murdered, it was just after young Barak had graduated from the University of London and became a prosecutor. When obvious criminals who managed to evade conviction in court started disappearing, rumors quickly spread through the capital. Londoners started to say it was wherever Barak Van Zieks went, the ghost of his dead brother wasn't far behind.
Oh my word. So Lord Van Zieks isn't the Reaper. It's the ghost of his brother? Oh shit.
Ever since that time, he became a very aloof figure in London's legal circles.
Oh yes, Lord Strongheart.
Go ahead.
It's about Professor Harebrain's experimental machine. We'd like your permission to examine the remains, if possible.
Are you well versed in science, then?
Not in the slightest. In fact, you could say I was barely aware of the subject at all until recently.
Well, the special dispensation legally preventing investigation of the machine is currently being annulled. Within a few hours, Dr. Scythe's team of forensic experts will begin their own investigation. But I suppose until then, there's no harm in you looking at the wreckage, as long as you touch nothing.
Thank you. Being able to look at it is better than nothing. And I'll be able to see it too.
Your time is up. You'll have to excuse me now, I'm afraid. My next engagement calls.
We are extremely sorry to have troubled you. When you were so busy, my lord!
I have important matters to attend to in preparation for the symposium, you understand.
All right, let's get out of here then. A new location. That's exactly what we needed right now. Forensics Laboratory. Ooh. Oh, look at that owl on the top right. I love owls. Wow. I believe this is it, Dr. Scythe's laboratory. That chemical smell really assaults the nose, and there's plenty to assault the eyes in here, too. It looks as though the doctor isn't here. But we're here now, so we may as well do some sightseeing, don't you think? What a seasoned tourist you've become, Mr. Sato. We could just have a little look around, being careful not to upset any restless souls. Oh. Well, there's no music right here. This is creepy. Look at this big, thick book here. Ah, it appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Oh? What is it? It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but, well, one entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month. 500? They must be working really hard on dissecting corpses. I don't know. Judicial autopsies are only carried out in certain special circumstances. And scalpel blades can be sharpened, too. It does seem a bit strange, you're right. 500 scalpels a month? What could they possibly be using all them for? Whoa. That's interesting. What are you doing? Ah! Ooh, she's so... Oh, chat. Oh my god. Is she in the people's thing? Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay, sorry. Sorry, we had something we wanted to ask you, but you weren't here, so...
So you thought you'd snoop around? That's acceptable to you people from the East, is it? Well, what do you want?
Lord Strongheart told us, you see, that it was you who examined the victim's body. Or Mr. Asmon's body, I mean.
So we came to ask you about your findings, on Lord Strongheart's advice.
Very well. If the Lord Chief Justice has given his consent, I'll tell you what our investigation revealed. But when we're done, you must leave immediately.
Oof, okay. Converse. Your findings.
So, you want to know what the forensic investigation team determined from its examination of the scene? The victim, Mr. Odie Asman, who appeared from the experimentation stage amid an explosion, and the Mr. Asman who appeared moments later, partway up the Crystal Tower, were without question one and the same person. That is the team's conclusion.
But that can't be right.
If it was an elaborate trick, we can only speculate about how it was carried out.
Let's see, if two people who looked very similar to each other were involved, they could have made it appear as if one single person had switched places, couldn't they?
Very true, but sadly in this instance, that was not the case. The man who disappeared and the man who subsequently reappeared was the same person. The fingerprints at the scene make that quite evident.
Fingerprints.
They're not yet officially recognized as forensic evidence in the British justice system, but one day they will be used as an investigative aid as matter, of course.
Oh, look at her smile.
Oh my, but that would mean that the instantaneous kinesis actually took place. So where does that leave us? ...
My team was tasked with investigating, not drawing conclusions.
Instantaneous kinesis is impossible, and yet the body did move from one place to the other. This hasn't cleared anything up at all. It's made the whole thing even more of a mystery. Mama, what is this?
Where did she spring from? And
Did she just call the doctor Mama? She's a MILF?
This is a lawyer, dear.
Oh.
Hello. To meet you. Pleased to meet you. Yes, I'm a defense lawyer. Rinosuke Naruhodo.
Mama. Yes. Can I cut this one up?
Help! Help! Help me! I'm gonna get murdered! Oh my god. What?
I've never seen inside an Eastern person before. I want to know what it looks like.
Oh no, she's hot. Okay.
Of course you can't. It's a live specimen, as you can very well see. Boring.
Also, everyone looks the same on the inside. How dare you? I think I just had a near-death experience. Oh dear. This Naruhodo, you're as pale as a corpse. Then let's leave before I'm mistaken for one. Okay, but like, I want to know what her name is. What are you doing at the moment, Doctor?
Keeping a close eye on things so no impertinent Easterners think they can look around my office.
Are there such impertinent Easterners around? How terrible.
Yes, you.
She doesn't mince her words, Miss Usato.
I think perhaps it's time we left.
I need to look. Did they add a person in the court record for her? No, they didn't. Who is she? God. We'll go to the experimentation stage, I guess. Holy crap. All right, there's the Crystal Tower. The Grip Reaper? It says Grim. The Grip, no, it just says the Reaper, actually. It doesn't even say Grim. So maybe you could interpret it as Grip. Gina, what are you doing?
I had no idea there were so many people in the world.
I know what you mean. It's really packed here today.
It feels as though it's taken us 2 hours just to make our way through the crowds to this point.
Has it? I shut my brain down, so I didn't really notice, to be honest.
Gosh, I do wish I had your absence of mind sometimes, Mr. Naruhodo.
There you are. I had a feeling you lot would show up, you mags for long. Gina! Oh, that's Gregson.
Sorry, I had a frog in my throat. Gregson, I'm Gregson.
Inspector Gregson, I see you're hard at work as usual.
Warm greetings to you. I do hope you've been keeping well since we last met.
Gregson! What's with all the ceremony? We just saw each other in court this morning.
Not you, Sunshine. The gentlewoman so loyally at your side.
Oh. Why, thank you, Inspector. How good of you to notice. He might be a bit rougher on the edges, but he's still a properly English gentleman at heart, I suppose. So as you probably guessed, we were hoping to investigate the scene some more.
Right, well, that's the young trainee's domain. Oi, get over here, Gina.
She's, kind of busy right now, it seems. She seems to be busy playing with a puppy. Probably giving it a traditional East End training. Gina? She's a police officer now? Oh yeah, amazing, isn't it?
She's a good kid, actually. Heart's in the right place, anyway. She got the detection bug, if you ask me. Yep, I think she'll follow in my footsteps nicely.
The father-daughter vibes are so strong here, man. Oh my god. What do you mean? No!
I'm being transferred. It's time for me to say toodaloo to London.
Oh no, really? That's a bit sudden, isn't it? I had no idea. Where are you going to be posted then? We'll come see how you're getting along.
Not likely, but you're welcome to try. If you don't mind a trip to France, that is.
To France?
I'll be working in the Paris Police Prefecture. Should be right up my alley.
But France, it's an entirely different country. I don't understand. Why would you be sent there?
That's the way the adult world works, Sunshine. Now don't go poking your nose in where it's not wanted.
He's a government agent, I swear, bro.
I'm intending to take the kid with me when I go.
What? You're taking Gina to Paris?
Well, I can't leave her here in London. Who knows what'll become of her?
I suppose he's worried she'd slip back into slipping her hands into people's pockets and purses. I don't think he's worried about her pickpocketing, Miss Naruhodo. I think he's worried about the Reaper. You know what? I was kind of distraught to learn this information, but honestly, Gregson? Smart man! Because Mr. Natsume, he escaped the Reaper by leaving the country. That's what Gina's gonna do. That's what she's gotta do too. Oh, of course. So that's playing on Inspector Gregson's mind too, is it? It is no longer possible to try for a baby with the Grim Reaper.
Anyway, I haven't mentioned any of this to Gina, so don't go blabbing, you hear me?
No, of course not.
I've got to keep that diving diva safe and sound. Until all this is over, at least.
Gregson has my full heart. Oi, you just called me a bloomin' diving diva again.
So you heard that, did you? Alright, well, any questions about the scene, you can put them to my capable detective diva here.
Alright, yeah, the boss. Inspector Lestrange's in charge here now. I suppose I'd better keep my word and not mention anything about Paris. So, Gina, you've got a new dog, have you? Oh, Puppy! Isn't he great? Toby's his name. Like Tobias Gregson? She named her dog after him? Oh my god. Oh, how delightful. He's absolutely adorable. Yes, the dog does seem lovely. But it's not so lovely Inspector Gregson that's playing on my mind, to be honest. What do you mean he's not so lovely? I think Gregson's lovely. Why did that change without me even... Okay, sure. Gina. We were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again. Yeah, alright. If it's around here, you can do what you like. Oh, that's alright, is it? I'm gonna be playing with me new friend here. Ah, yes, Toby. The machine that exploded must be at the top of those stairs, I presume. I haven't actually seen it yet, so if you don't mind... Sorry, you can't go up there, Suze. Oh.
Suze, I love that. It's like I told Otto yesterday. Even I ain't allowed near that wreck. What's it called again? The reason we ain't supposed to touch it? The Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? Is that what you're thinking of? That's the one. That's why only them law allowed to investigate it. What are they called again? The Forensic something? The Forensic Investigation Team? Is that what you were thinking of? That's the one, yeah. But isn't it the case that the special dispensation has been lifted? I think so. I don't really get it, to be truthful with you. You're still supposed to get permission from some bigwig or other, as far as I know. And we have it. What was his name again? Lord Strange something? I'm not sure that's quite right, Gina. I think you mean Lord Strongheart, perhaps. That's the one, yeah. Apparently he's always watching the time or something. Actually, we've just recently been to see Lord Strongheart. Hey, you what? You met him? Last time the boss was called to go and see him, he waited for 3 hours at the Cow's office and came back sniveling. Tragic. Well, Lord Strongheart has given us permission to examine the scene as long as we touch nothing. Oh yeah? Honestly. Alright then, go ahead. But if it turns out you're lying, it'll be the boss who gets it. He'll never eat another chip again in his life. So, you're still saying all this above board, are you? I'm sure everything will be fine. That really would be tragic. Alright then, them's the stairs. Off you go. Oh, thank you, Gina. Toby the dog. Try this trial, though. It was great, wasn't it? I had a right laugh. It was a new one on me, that. Yeah, now, being in court and not spending the whole time worrying I'm about to be found out. You did keep an awful lot of secrets in all your previous court appearances, didn't you? Yeah, and Otto's made things hard for me every single time and all. Just doing my job, Gina. But watching someone else get it in the neck is a lot of fun, actually. It was amazing when you showed that dodgy professor's dodgy experiment was a total fix. The dodgy professor, as you put it, Gina, is Mr. Naruhodo's client. Yes, I'm starting to wish he wasn't, though. It's the boss I feel sorry for, sent off to do the impossible. What do you mean? He's supposed to arrest that other cove, ain't he? And in time for tomorrow and all. You know, the dodgy engineer, what's his name again? Mr. Drebber, you mean? Enoch Drebber? That's the one, yeah. So the police are looking for this mysterious man with the black monocle, I guess. They would be. It's put me too much on the boss, if you ask me. He says it's giving him gut ache. Oh dear. But I do wonder if that isn't actually from all the fried food. Okay, let's talk about the engineer's whereabouts. So Scotland Yard is trying to track down Mr. Enoch Drebber. I wonder if they've had any luck. He's really funny looking. Got 2 eyes, what don't match. Stole a glimpse of a picture of him earlier. I mean, I didn't actually pinch it or nothing. The old devil's got it. Sorry, who? You know, that scowling reaper what's always glugging down glasses of that blood red plunk. Ah, Lord Van Zeeks. He's always had it in for me, that cove. Don't know what he's always scowling about, mine. Probably would have been a pretty good boss as it goes. She'd rather be the Reaper's apprentice than a detective's trainee. The way I see it, if the if the choice is between a chip guzzling detective and a chalice guzzling demigod, you're equally badly off with both.
I would get trained by Van Zeeks any day.
I suppose you're right. I hadn't thought of it like that. Glad we put that one to bed. Anyway, the point is, everyone at the yard's dead set on finding the fish engineer. But there don't seem to be no clues to go on, so they're stuck. There's nothing that can lead us to Drebber at all? Toby the dog. Where'd you find that little mutt then, Gina? Oi! Don't be so flaming rude, Otto. Yeah, right, Renosuke, come on. Slight overreaction, don't you think? He ain't no mutt, alright? Toby's. How did they put it? Oh yeah! A bona fide detective. Sorry. He's a police dog! Oh, I've given him a proper title and everything. It's Chief Inspector Toby to you. More senior than Inspector Gregson, is he? I believe it. Ooh, so he's a police dog, is he? The police recruit dogs now? I've heard that they're already being used officially in Germany as part of their city policing. They're used for chasing criminals and such like. They have a wonderful sense of smell, after all. I have a fairly good sense of smell myself, as it happens. I can tell undergarments that have been freshly laundered from undergarments that haven't. Ryunosuke! Look at how Sasato's looking at him. That's how I'm looking at him. The same look, same look. Ha, that's nothing compared to this little fella, Otto. Oh, really? According to what the boss said. What? Look at her hold him. Once Toby gets a good whiff of your drawers, he can chase that scent to the other side of the world. The card! The card! The card! The card! What, to the other side of the world? You mean, he can swim? Miss Netherhoodoo, I think you may have missed the point. By a rather wide margin. I just can't believe this little dog has such an incredible skill. I'm telling you, Otto, there's gotta be more and more dogs doing their bit for the police in the future. Yes, I agree. Right, one of these days they'll be barking orders at us lot, not the other way around. Oh dear. Sorry, Gina. I don't think I agree with your vision quite that much. Well, anyway, whatever you think about that, Toby is Britain's first police dog. I found him down the East End the other day. Someone had just chucked him out on the street. There you go. I knew she'd lifted him from somewhere. Oh, Gina, you're such a kind-hearted soul, aren't you? To children and to animals.
I'm presenting Gina with the card.
About this, Gina. Yeah, I'm still learning me letters at the moment. Only knew A to E, so if it ain't too much bleeding trouble. Actually, Gina, it's the back of the card that's important. She can't read. Eh? How come? There's just a dirty old smudge on the back, that's all. It turns out that this is a very high-quality French machine oil. It has a very particular scent, apparently. You don't say! Let's have a whiff, then. Yes, sure. I don't smell nothing. No, we didn't mean that you should smell it. Oh, right. You mean Toby? Look at him. Woof. His sense of smell is so good he can track people over the oceans, can he? Professor Harebrained informs us that this oil is unique to Mr. Drebber's workshop. I think he's picked up a scent. So you mean if he follows the scent of this oil, Toby could lead us to that dodgy cob's workshop? That's right. That's exactly what we were hoping. All right then, we'll give it a go. I'll just borrow that. Wait, what did you... Wants a pickpocket. If I can lead everyone to that Drebber's workshop, I'll be the boss's boss before next week. Oh, yes, Gina. I'm sure you'll be promoted. Poor Gregson. Promoted in Paris. All right then, Otto, leave it to me. Sorry. We're gonna get going out to that dodgy engineer cove right this minute. Oh, but hang on. Someone's supposed to be on guard duty all the time. I'm afraid we can't help. We need to get on with our investigation as well, Gina. All right. Oh, well, never mind. It ain't gonna be me what gets it in the neck. It'll be the boss. Poor Gregson again. Ready, Toby? Got that all set, have you? Come on then, boy. See you later. I do hope the scent of that oil leads them to that swindler's workshop. Yes, I hope so too. Ideally before the dog swims across the channel to France. All right, look at that. Wait, we need to go up here. Let's go and see what we can find out. Bum 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 bum. The Great Exhibition Grounds Experimentation Stage. Oh my, so this is the machine that was used to deceive people into thinking instantaneous kinesis had taken place. Yes, that's right. Or rather, it was the machine. It's a little worse for wear at the moment. What extraordinary lengths Professor Harebrained went to in order to obtain the research grant. The birdcage is there, chat! Why is the birdcage here? No, the professor is strict as well. He didn't know anything about it. Yes, of course. It is amazing though, isn't it? The scale of the whole affair is so very British.
You're right about that. You'd never see such a grand deception in Japan, that's for sure.
Oh, look, is that? Oh, Daddy! Lord Van Zeeks.
So, I think we're more or less done here, aren't we? Shall we, Mrs. Anna? Already? He is the Reaper, remember? We do well to keep our distance, I think.
But we have permission to be here, from the top. We're perfectly well allowed to investigate this machine, as long as we don't touch anything.
From the top? Do you mean Lord Strongheart?
Exactly. So we can stay here and stare at this wreckage for as long as we like.
She could have been at the center of the explosion here, and it wouldn't have bent her steel well. Okay, first the birdcage, though. This wasn't here yesterday. Whoa, I didn't even mean to touch that.
Really? But if I'm not mistaken, it's the cage in which the victim was standing in before he was apparently beamed through the air.
That's right, the birdcage. According to what Professor Harebrained said in court, it's made of wood.
Or more precisely, Japanese cypress, I think. And despite having been in an explosion and then falling from a great height, it's relatively unharmed. What wonderfully durable construction, wouldn't you say, Miss Nodahoda?
I'd understood that the forensic investigation team had taken it away yesterday to examine it. I suppose they must have brought it back here when they'd finished their work.
But sadly, not with the body inside it.
No, that's right. I know we were given strict instructions not to touch anything, but still, this is too important a piece of evidence to overlook. We might need it for the trial.
You took the entire thing?
Okay, they didn't take it.
But damn, Shoddy. Look at that horn-shaped transmitting device. Isn't it amazing?
That's exactly what I thought when I first saw it.
Makes you think, doesn't it? If only it had been a normal horn, none of this would have happened.
That's almost exactly what I thought as well. I bet I can predict what you're gonna say next in that case. Omae wa mu shinderu. Nothing ever goes to plan. Toyu! Oh no, I would never say something like that. Ah! My Joseph Joestar moment! How can you? Barak. Least approachable man in the world winner, 10 years in a row. Be strong, Miss Nodahoda. Your country and your assistant stand firm behind you. My country? Lord Van Zeeks. Ah! He just like swings his sword. What? Well, beautiful weather we're having, isn't it? I am going to kill you. I thought I was making it quite clear that I didn't want to be disturbed. Apparently you Nipponese are unequipped to read the signs. Why is his theme playing? We're talking about the weather. Oh, I read them. So, what are you doing here? Entry to this area is prohibited. Among Us!
Among Us!
Look at
Among Us!
It's the kissable man himself.
What?
This guy, man, he's great.
Matthew,
Well, the thing is,
what part of this character design is kissable to you?
Listen, if you just know what I'm talking about, chat, tell him. Crisis, tell my brother. Tell him. You know, when he says objection in court and slams his entire leg on the desk, oh!
Matthew,
Oh!
in certain states, kissing a man who looked like that would be considered necrophilia.
Well, you know, he's only 33 years old.
He looks like he looks pale, like he's died.
Well, he is the Reaper of the Bailey.
He's fucking death.
Yeah!
He's not alive.
Well, we've actually just learned that it's his brother died right as he became a prosecutor, so it's like a curse that everyone he prosecutes, no matter if they're guilty or not guilty, dies in mysterious circumstances because of the ghost of his brother. That's the Reaper.
He's a fucking Grim Reaper. That's
Yeah.
why they die.
He's the Grim Reaper. See, he gets it. He fucking gets it.
So he's not alive. So you're a necrophiliac.
How dare you?
They hated Jesus for speaking the truth.
No, little German boy! Don't go into the weed cave! Voicing this character was very fun.
Now that character, on the other hand.
Anyways.
No, I was pointing to the fat one.
The thing is, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart granted us permission to investigate, on the condition that we didn't disturb anything.
And yet you've managed to disturb me. Never mind. State your business then.
Come to think of it, there are quite a few things I'd like to ask Lord Van Zieks about. Not least of which is that awful case, even though it's nothing to do with this. Ask away, Miss Nodohodo. You won't know unless you try. Your brother Clint! Yeah, let's talk about that.
Matthew, his brother's name is Clit.
No, it isn't. It's Clint. There's an L in there!
No, it's Clit.
Fucker's not alive, just kidding. So, Clint was the name of your older brother, I understand, Lord Van Zieks.
I killed him.
You Nipponese always have to be. I always have to be on guard whenever you're around. So you.
Is Nipponese like a?
He doesn't like Japanese people. But it's because of his tragic past.
Hey, you know what? I take back everything I've said.
Oh my god.
So you've been investigating me, have you?
Oh, no, it's not like that. Well, alright, it is a bit like that.
My older brother was also a prosecutor. He was the pride of the Van Zieks family. But tragically, a vicious killer took him from us.
The professor, you mean? Oh, yeah. He laughed? Oh god, is something funny?
That's the extent of what you've discovered, is it? I shouldn't be surprised.
Sorry? There's more to it then.
I'm the one who killed him.
Lackluster work is very much your trademark, isn't it?
You're too kind. Are you gonna tar all Nipponese with the same brush next? He's Sephiroth laughing.
So tell me, what is your interest in that historic incident?
As it happens, Lord Van Zieks, there's a rather curious case that's come to our attention. He's starting his villain arc. Are you aware of the Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork by any chance?
I am, naturally. I believe that since last month I feature in one of the displays there for public scorn.
Of course, the infamous Reaper of the Bailey would have to be exhibited, wouldn't he? Well, a particular waxwork has been stolen from the place and held for ransom.
A particular waxwork, which...
Wait, you mean... Yes, it's the professor. Mr. Sholmes is investigating the case as we speak.
I was unaware of that.
He's turned as white as a sheet. He could get even paler than he is right now? I'm shocked. Enoch Drebber. Are the police trying to locate the engineer, Mr. Drebber, already?
Surely that goes without saying.
We're very keen to see him found as well. The trouble is, we don't have much to go on aside from the description of the man we heard in court earlier. Which, according to the Professor Hairbrain, was of a tall, thin gentleman who has straight white hair and wears a black monocle. So, I was just wondering, I mean, I realize it's probably not possible, but... We'd very much appreciate any more clues you can give us. Yeah, Susato's got the balls in this pair. Wow, Susato-san really knows how to take the bull by the horns. ...
Fine, why not? I have a photograph of the men here from an investigation 10 years ago. Though it appears he already had that black monocle at the time.
He looks very... dead, actually. Sephiroth! It's Sephiroth! ...
What?
Oh, no, nothing. I was just surprised that you shared that with us.
We all need the man's testimony in court tomorrow, which means we have to do everything we possibly can to track him down in short time available. So why wouldn't I show you the photograph? ...
What is it about Lord Van Zieks? Sometimes I just can't work him out at all. The photograph of Drebber has been entered in the court record. Oh, Zeeks, you're my favorite, low-key, high-key. Oh, the Masked Man! It's the Masked Mystery Man, who I may or may not have a theory about who it is, but it's kind of an insane theory. But it makes a lot of sense when you think about it. Okay.
Ah, the file I requested for the trial tomorrow. Thank you.
Oh, Susato-san! Her eyes wide. Are you alright? Who is this man, Miss Naruhodo? Lord Von Zeke's apprentice, apparently. Only 2 there are. No more, no less. So I'm not the only one. Susato-san can see it too. I'm not crazy. They both think it's Kazuma. They both think that that's Kazuma. It's not Edgar Benedict. What? What are you talking about, Crisis? Sis is flabbergasted. Lord Von Zeeks, may we speak with your apprentice for a moment?
With him? Why?
Oh, apprentice, ... Oh, shit. There's a nod. Oh, and he just... Oh, shit! Kazuma-sama! Oh my god.
Kazuma?
I don't believe it! Your posture, your presence, it can only be... It's you, isn't it, Kazuma-sama? ... I felt something strange the very first time I encountered this cloaked figure. As if I knew him somehow. Can it really be you, Kazuma? No, he's leaving! Wait! Oh my god, too late. Zeeks is like, what? What's going on here? Your apprentice! Come, boy spotted.
What is your interest in my apprentice exactly? You act as if you know the man or something.
Well, since when has he been in your care? I don't recall you having an apprentice before I left Britain 6 months ago.
Lord Strongheart introduced him to me about 3 months ago now, with instructions to mentor him as a prosecutor.
But he didn't tell you why, did he?
The man appears to be suffering from amnesia. He's forgotten every last detail about himself.
He has amnesia? Oh, fucking of course.
Tomorrow he will appear in court at my side.
What?
He's to serve as my judicial assistant, on Lord Strongheart's orders.
What is Strongheart hiding, low-key? He'll be in court with us?
Now then, unless I'm much mistaken, I believe this conversation has run its course.
Oh, yes, thank you. I definitely saw a reaction there. When Susato-san called out like that, it really seemed to hit a nerve when she called out Kazuma-sama. Dude, how is he alive? Oh my god. Then Sholmes lied to us then. Sholmes lied that he was dead. My god. At first I thought Kazuma was just the Mia for this game, but no! He's back! Oh my god. Sholmes what is Sholmes hiding? This is crazy. Alright, where do we go now? I mean, I don't know where we should go, to be 100% honest with you. Maybe we can examine more evidence. The binary thing, it mentioned Kazuma and Wilson. It did. It did, right. That was the 4th name. The 4 names that were mentioned were Kazuma, Gregson, A. Shin, which we now know is Giselle Brett's real name, and Wilson. What is the connection? Okay, what a terrible explosion it must have been. Even the steel girders have busted and twisted in the blast. I can't pay attention. My mind is racing at 1,000,000 miles per hour. And what they call the bird cage was right here in the middle of it, just here. But look, Miss Naruhodo, that metal grill on the floor. Looks as though it's designed to open. It does, doesn't it? If the floor had opened at the precise moment the explosion occurred, the bird cage could have dropped through and disappeared from sight. All I can think of is Jurassic Park 3. Oh my god.
It's a bird cage.
I don't think there's any doubt this is a very elaborate hoax, is there? I don't know. I don't know the truth, Crisis. I don't know the truth. That's Dot. You'd already met that masked man, hadn't you, Miss Naruhodo? Yes, yesterday, in fact, at Lord Van Zeek's office. I see. Oh my god. And if Kazuma-sama really is still alive, it means that Mr. Sholmes lied to us. I know. We're going to need to speak with him about that.
You're going to have to leave now. The forensics investigation team are due to arrive shortly. If they find you here, it will cause problems.
What sort of problems?
Foreign affairs problems.
Well, we could do without that. Are they all racist too? All right, we'll be on our way. Let's go, Mr. Sato. Of course. Holy shit, dude. I can't believe Kazuma's alive. I think we've done all the investigating we can do here for now. Kicks door open. Sholmes, you motherfucker. If we could just determine the whereabouts of Mr. Drebber, I'm sure Gina and little Toby won't let us down. Now then, do you think we ought to try and speak with Mr. Sholmes at this point? We have things to discuss, and I'm dying to meet him again after all these months. Yes, it's quite possible he might know something useful. You're right. We ought to find him at Madame Tuspel's. He's supposed to be working there as a temporary waxwork exhibit. Yes, Iris told me all about his latest unusual venture. All right, we're going over to Madame Tuspel's, baby.
Where is Sholmes?
23rd October, Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxworks. Here we are again, at the House of Horrors. I'm afraid I haven't gotten used to the place yet. I'd still like to turn on my heels and go straight home. Via the confectionery, of course. Susato-san really is after something sweet today, isn't she? Eek! What's the matter? Look, Miss Naruhodo, look at that waxwork. I'm quite sure it wasn't there before. Oh my god. Sholmes, what are you doing? It looks exactly like Mr. Sholmes, down to the very last detail. Aha! What is it? Oh, sorry. I just think you'll find that that's the temporary waxwork himself. Oh, hey, Madame Tuspel's. Ah, the friends of my dedicated employee. I love Madame Tuspel's. She's literally... She's great. Oh, yes, hello again. It's Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I must say, I am quite spellbound by the great detective. He is a marvel. My precious waxwork is already back where it belongs. You don't mean... But yes, the mystery is solved already. Wow, Mr. Sholmes can really engage his brain when he's hungry enough. So as you can see, he has returned to his habitual duties. Yes. His habitual duties? Alos. Do not disturb, huh? She's so French. I've been trying to base her accent off Watson from Apex Legends. Poor Susato-san, she looks very perplexed. I will not disturb him, but I'm dying to see what's behind the curtain, though. I'm dying to see. What? I can't? No. All right, we gotta bother Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes, we need to speak with you. We really do need to speak with Mr. Sholmes, and I am not longing to say hello again. But where is he? He's... Oh my god, look at him! Look at him! I think you might find that he's quite nearby, actually. Oh. What do you... Indeed, my dear fellows, it is I. The world-famous great detective and waxwork, Herlock Sholmes. She passed out! Susato-san! The Sholmes jump scare was too much for her, chat. Oh no. Oh no. Aw, Sholmes, he's sad. My most humble apologies. I thought I died and gone to eternal paradise for a moment. Via London. My dear madame, allow me to make amends by offering you a tasty free deduction at some point. A free deduction? As long as it's not of questionable street food quality. I don't understand. Why are you working as a waxwork here, Mr. Sholmes? Merely a secret identity, you understand, though the case is largely solved now. Largely solved? We're talking about the waxwork abduction, I presume? Indeed we are, my good fellow. As I predicted, it was as easy as a proverbial pie. Though I confess, I'm yet to partake of a pie, proverbial or otherwise, or any food so far today, for that matter. Rumble, rumble, rumble. That stomach rumble echoed throughout the whole museum. So how did you manage to solve it so quickly? Oh, well, do remember I said it was largely solved. Anyway, I simply negotiated with the culprit. Are you familiar with the so-called telephone? Oh, yes, it's a most modern invention allowing you to hold a conversation with people far away. In Japan, only the imperial capital and a handful of other cities are connected as yet. This morning, a telephone call was received here from the perpetrator of the abduction. As such, I was able to negotiate terms, and in the end, the waxwork was returned. That's amazing. Just between you and I, it would appear the culprit had always intended to return the stolen waxwork in any event. Oh, but I thought whoever was responsible had demanded a ransom, no? Yes, I think perhaps the ransom demand was necessary to avoid unwanted suspicion regarding the true motive. But does that not mean your negotiating was entirely unnecessary? ... A fact I must ask you to keep from Madame Tussbells at all costs. A hungry young Iris awaits my return to Baker Street after all. Poor Iris. Now then, do I sense that you have some business with this great waxwork? Okay, well, I want to see what was behind the curtain, first of all. Ooh, let's not talk about Kazuma first things first. We're in the process of trying to track somebody down. Oh? Yes, a man by the name of Enoch Drebber. He's the swindler who duped Professor Hairbrain and the engineer who built the Kinesis machine. A swindler and an engineer. Quite the modern man. He also seems to be a conjurer of sorts too, with considerable knowledge of stage magic. We really need to locate him before the trial resumes tomorrow morning. But we have so few clues to go on, that's the trouble. Do you have any good ideas? I have no data yet. It is a capital mistake to have good ideas before one has data. If I knew something of the man's appearance at least, I may be in a better position to help. Yes, Drebber's appearance. Fortunately for you, however, presently I have little to occupy myself and little to fill my stomach. As soon as you find any clue, no matter how small, I shall gladly give you my thoughts on it. Okay, we'll present him the clue later, but right now, Kazuma. Spill your fucking beans. Mr. Sholmes, did you lie to us? My dear Naruhodo, stay that piercing stare. What is this about? Last winter, when we were first on our way to Britain aboard the steamship. Your words were very clear. So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. You told us that it was murder, and you examined Kazuma-sama's body. Indeed, and wherein lies the problem? We met him earlier today, the victim, Kazuma Asogi. You're quite sure? He was wearing some sort of mask and was apparently suffering from amnesia. But yes, I'm quite sure. It was Kazuma-sama. ... You must have known at the time, Mr. Sholmes, that he wasn't actually dead. Well, I can only assume I was swept up in the murderous atmosphere of the moment. But the fella wasn't dead at all. Priceless. Okay, so can Nikolina Pavlova, or whatever her name was, who killed him, like, can we make sure that she's not in jail or something right now? We got a woman arrested for that. I don't suppose that performance would pass muster, would it, Miss Naruhodo? I could believe that the crewman present at the time made a mistake. But not you, Mr. Sholmes. I will now tell you something Of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. Please, Mr. Sholmes. Tomorrow in court, you will find yourself on the threshold of a very great mystery. For now, I'm afraid that is all I can say. Ah, okay. Well, chat. On that note, I can't believe this. I can't fucking believe this. That is gonna be the end of the stream today. Thank you guys so much for going on. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you guys here. It has been a wonderful time. This game is amazing. Kazuma's alive! He's alive! I feel like for Dr. Frankenstein. He's alive! But yes, chat. Thank you guys so much for coming out. No raid today because I don't have anyone to raid. Wait, Alara isn't live? Is she live on YouTube? What happened? Oh, she probably ended before I did my raid. Anyways, have a good one, everyone.